Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, this is UGSA Control. Are you ready for the event?
Copy, bubble wrap nominal.
All right. I'll take that as
Discovery,
a yes.
go at throttle
Let's punch YouTube up here. Live in 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay. We are live on Twitch and on YouTube. We have both chats ready to go. Ready to go. We are ready to play some KSP. Houston, this is EJSA Control. Status on the toilet, please.
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
Okay. We have a go for a toilet. All right. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody is doing well. Let's play Kerbal. I'm just gonna jump right into Kerbal because we have a long day today. How was the birthday supper? It was great. Great, dude. Yeah, everything's good. Everything is a-okay. I've been, and dude, let me just say this. I don't like taking breaks. I don't like taking breaks from the stream. I don't really enjoy days off. Like, even on the days that I'm not here, like on the weekends, I'm still doing work around the house or something. I don't usually take breaks, right? With that being said, I've been kind of trying to take it easy this week, and it's been nice. It's been nice. I know you got Flame Trench later, but quick space news you want to see. What is this? We've completed the Ares Test Flight 1 investigation. During flight, 2 first-stage motors experience electrical and thermal faults in the oxidizer pump system. Improvements are being evaluated and implemented ahead of our upcoming missions. Oh, is that what you call that? I call that crashing. But, you know, hey, that's good. That's good. I hope they do well. All right. Morning, Country Cooks. How are you? Yeah, I've been sleeping in like this week. It's actually been kind of nice getting like eight hours of sleep because I have not been doing that for like the past 3 weeks. I'm doing good. The weather's getting better. You know, it's like 40 degrees here. Not Celsius. It's 40 Fahrenheit, which means it's like 5 C. It's been great. The entire rest of the United States, like continental United States, is like 20 C, but you know, it's 5. 5 is good. It's not negative. Apparently today is the anniversary of Operation Eagle Claw. Yes, the U.S. come with the claw. Come with the claw. It's 75 here in Flint. You come with the claw. The claws. Yeah, it's like, I think it's like Mexican for like a flattened lizard, flattened chicken or something with claws and a beak. Dino, I have a strange question for you, if you don't mind. Trying to get to Flint from Detroit, do you take 75? Or do you take, what's the other road? 23. Which one is it? Which one do you take? Because you could take like 696 to 23, right? You take 75? Bold strategy. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. It's 63 Fahrenheit in TJ. That's actually kind of cold. Do you like the challenge? All right. Good luck negotiating 8 and 9 mile, dude. All right, have fun with that. All right, just making sure. Because last time I was in Michigan, I had to drive to Flint. And Brimo's family's like, no, don't take 75, man. Don't do that. That would be awful. You got to go 696 to 23. And take the back roads. Got to take the back roads, bud. Yeah, just like that. Just like that. They're like, no, don't drive up that road. You don't want to do that. Why do they sound Canadian? Because they're in close proximity to Canada. Oh, just gonna scoot right past you here. Why not? Have you ever been to England? 75 is like the main road through Detroit. It's like, yeah. 75 is the only answer, Josh? All right, okay. Have I ever been to England? I've been to England once. And it wasn't even, you can't even say like I've been there. I had a layover at Heathrow. So that's basically not being there. Yeah, that's what I have to say to that, Fluffy. I live in New England, though. Does that help? Oh, okay. Doesn't help that most of 696 construction is hell right now. Yeah, I noticed that when I was there in December. Like one side of 696 is just like, they're just like, nah. No, we're just going to shut this off. You're basically English. No. No, I am not. All right. So, we were in engineering mode here. What were we working on? I'm just going to pretend you didn't say that. I forgot when you were in the Netherlands, did you use public transit? And if so, as an American, what did you think of it? I did not use it. We had a car to drive everywhere. It seemed nice though. So Erudite, just quick thing. In my city, in Boston, we have public transit. We have pretty much all the exact same things. I mean, it's a little crappier, but it's not as nice as the Netherlands, I would say, but there is public transit here. You can take the train in. We have train. We have nice train. The commuter rail lines are right there. Or that's one of them. That's the line that used to go by when I lived in the city. That's the line that went by my house right there. We have train stations here. See? There it is. And fun fact, in this part of the country, we have high-speed rail too. I wouldn't, you know, it's 2/3 right. Well, no, it's 1/3 right. So it's on rails. I wouldn't call it high speed, but you know, see, you can see one right there. Yeah, actually, Boston has two big train stations. We have South Station, that's on the south side of the main part of the city, and then get this, guess what the other one's called? North Station. Guess where that is? That's on the north side of the city. That's weird, I know, right? Actually, one of our train station, North Station, is underneath where we play hockey and basketball, where the Bruins and the Celtics play. Bruins choked again last night, so you know that's fun. So we do have public transit here. There's buses, there's subways. There's not light rail. The subways are more light rail. There's regular rail. Like we have all that. So it wasn't really that much of a culture shock. Now, not every American city is like this. Boston has it. New York has it. Chicago has it. Philly has SEPTA, which is, that exists. Just like the MBTA, you know, that exists. But yeah, you can. So the trains actually run all the way to Plymouth. They go to from where I used to live down to where I do live. Like you can take the train from here in. They actually go to Providence. It goes out to Worcester, and then it goes up to Manchester. So we have a pretty big thing. The thing about the transit systems around here is that there's no lateral movement. So all the train lines go into the city like that. They go either in from Worcester or in from Manchester, right? Or in from Gloucester over here, right? Like, or from Plymouth, they all go into the city. So even the subways go in and out of the city. Like everything goes in here. There's no lateral movement with our trains. So there's no train line that does this. That's like the big thing, dude, with us. Like the Netherlands, like around Amsterdam, seemed like they had it on lock. There were all kinds of trains. There were trains going in every direction, which I don't hate. I think that's kind of nice. So that's the kind of problem. We need a train line that does something like this. But that's C backwards. But that's if we had a train that did that, that would make it a little bit more comprehensive. The problem is, like, we have a built-out train system, but it doesn't do anything. It exists. Like, if you're trying to get into the city, it's great. But not everybody's trying to get into the city. There's a lot of lateral movement, like around Boston. And that's, guess what? Those are the roads that jam up. So, see this road right here? That's 128. That road jams up pretty much every day. This road jams up 495 pretty much every day. There's only two main highways to get into the city. There's 93 South and 93 North. That's the north-south road. And then there's an east-west road called the Mass Pike 90. There's no other roads in and out. There's no other main roads in and out of the city, so good luck with that. 93 North and South is jammed every day. Every day, without exception. What's our distance scale here? Plymouth is about 40 miles out from the city center yard. Manchester, New Hampshire is probably further. It's probably like double that. There's no traffic in KSP. There isn't. I can't believe that you guys don't have proper rail infrastructure from DC to Boston. We do. There's high-speed rail. I can take the bullet train to DC if I really want to. The problem is, Balxy, is that... Okay. All right, let me load up the rocket that I want to work on here so I can spin around in the VAB or in the SPH while I explain this. So in the late 60s, our passenger rail infrastructure was failing. It was failing pretty badly. The reason why is because the airplane's pretty much better in every way, shape, and form, which is true. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it's not. It is. It's better. It's better and faster. For, I'd say, medium to long distances, right? So the government, instead of subsidizing the railroad industry, chose to subsidize the airline industry instead because that was the wave of the future. Not necessarily a bad idea. And they tried to, instead of subsidizing the railways, passenger rail, right? The decision was made to consolidate instead. And the government forced two of the biggest rail carriers in the country, New York Central and Pennsylvania Railroad, to form a company called Penn Central. This is for the part of the country where passenger rail actually makes a difference in what's called the Northeast Corridor. So the Northeast Corridor over here and then into the Great Lakes region, all right? They forced Penn Central, right? Which, once again, they consolidated all the rail services instead of propping them up, right? So it was a disaster. I have really no other way of saying that. It was a disaster. Penn Central basically immediately folded. Yeah, like immediately folded. They lasted till 1970 and then declared bankruptcy. And what came out of that was Conrail. Conrail and Amtrak came out of that. Conrail is pretty much exactly what happened. It's consolidated rail. I like the Conrail paint scheme, to be honest. This is what I grew up with. And then eventually, what the government did was take all the profitable lines. They abandoned a ton of lines and took all the profitable lines for freight and sold them off to CSX, Norfolk Southern, like all the big class, like tier 1 railway carriers in the US. And then they let the passenger service fold. The remaining profitable passenger rail services, or even remotely profitable passenger rail services, were folded into a intercity rail operator called Amtrak, and that's what's left of our passenger rail. It's not high-speed rail, it's regular speed rail. Amtrak is pretty cool, but the problem is because it's propped up and it's not profitable, right? it costs as much as an airplane. Costs as much as an airplane ticket. So like we do have high-speed rail here, right? But it costs as much as an airplane. The reason why it costs as much as an airplane, dude, is because, well, guess what? They sold all the tracks that they operate on. So if you want to go from Boston to DC with high-speed rail, you can follow this line right here. But the problem is that Amtrak doesn't have the rights to the line. So if there's a freight train in the way, too bad. Train stops. Source, I've taken it. I've taken the Acela, which is our high-speed rail, from Boston to New York, and in New Haven, we got stuck. We got stuck behind a freight train. The bullet train got stuck behind a freight train. So we do have high-speed rail, and when the line is clear, you can get down to DC pretty quick. Heck, the passenger train, if you have a clear shot to New York and nothing gets in the way, it's way faster than an airplane. Problem is, it costs as much as an airplane, and there's no guarantees there won't be traffic on the rails. Now, once again, I know what a lot of people are gonna look at this and be like, yeah, that's dumb. And yeah, I would agree. Yeah, I would agree. But at this point, trying to fix the colossal screw up from the wake of Penn Central folding 50 years ago would be a very hard endeavor to fix. Yeah. It's not that we don't want high-speed rail. It's that in order to do it correctly and get it working, you'd have to untangle a giant mess of Class 1 operators in the area. Look at all the different colors. And that's the result from the result of that is the government consolidating the railroad instead of backing the passenger service in the late 60s. Yeah, it sucks, but that's the way she goes, man. In the 60s, we didn't care about trains. Trains are good at very efficiently moving large cargoes long distances. So we just, yeah, they let it fail. And to be fair, like, it's not some like grand crazy conspiracy or anything either. Like, in the 1960s, the car is the future. Decentralized transportation was seen as the future. Decentralized with airplanes, like, and then leave the railroads to freight, which is, I'll tell you guys, like, people aren't going to want to hear this, but that's not a bad idea. Like, I really can't say that's a bad idea. I hate it as a train fan. Like, I love trains. Trains are awesome. I love bullet trains. I had posters of bullet trains on my wall when I was a kid. Actually, I still have the damn poster. It's in my garage. If you look on the back wall in my garage over there on the left, see the train poster? That's the poster that I had on my wall. And it has an SNCF TGV on it. I've liked bullet trains for a long time, dude. So, yeah. I mean, we have okay trains. Like, you can take Amtrak pretty much wherever you want, but it's gonna take days to cross the country, dudes. Days. Like, if you can take the train, from Boston to Los Angeles. That's totally doable. You're gonna have to transfer a couple of times, but it can be done. It's gonna take a week to cross the country via train. Even if we had high-speed rail, it would still take 2 to 3, probably 2 days. I mean, it's a big country, dudes. Like, I'm sorry, the airplane kind of completely screws that. Like, but in higher population areas, guys, like, okay, so if you're from overseas, the important thing to understand here is that if you draw a line on the Mississippi River, which is right here, see this line that goes between Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Tennessee, Missouri, Kentucky, Illinois. That's the Mississippi River. The population density east of the Mississippi is way different than west of the Mississippi. The population density gets very sparse in this area right here, to the point where high-speed rail doesn't really even make sense. Heck, regular speed rail doesn't make sense there either. The plane is king here. No one's gonna take the damn train across the entire country, dudes. Unless it's for fun, for like tourism or whatever. No one's gonna do that. Like, even if it was high-speed rail, no one would still do that. There's also the challenge of the Rocky Mountains being there. That's a big mountain range. Building a train track that goes through that is a high-speed rail that goes through that. A little bit of a challenge. Now, I know what people are going to say. There are high-speed rail systems in Europe that go through the Alps. Absolutely. The Rocky Mountains are bigger than the Alps, guys. Like, not necessarily in terms of height, but in terms of depth. That's just a gigantic mountain range to get past. I'm not saying it can't be done. Like, in the past, I would have said, like, no, screw that. Like, I'm not saying it can't be done. That would be super cool. You know? But I would contend to say that a nice railway system at the national level, like a federal railway system, would be a good feather in our cap for infrastructure. But not everybody's about that life, dude. And that's fair. I get it. Hey, Lyson, what's up? So, yeah, if you want to understand why our passenger rail system is basically non-existent, it's not that we don't have the tracks. It's that the government in the 60s did not subsidize the passenger railway system because they saw the car as the future. Once again, I don't think there's any malevolence there. That was a fair thing to say in 1968, right? Like, the car is king, man, for decentralized transportation. But I would argue that driving a car across the entire country is slower than the damn train. People still do that, but whatever. The reason why we have so many highways is because we subsidized the National Highway Act in 1955. President Eisenhower mandated building superhighways that cross the entire country, right? He built it as defense, so in case we get invaded, the army can move around quickly. Because, you know, you'd want to move stuff. I mean, Eisenhower copied the Autobahns from Germany. That's why the Autobahns were made in the 30s in Germany, to move the military around quicker. I mean, we did that across the entire US, right? And we basically ended up relegating rail for freight service. Once again, that's not a bad idea, dudes. It really isn't. But at one point, before the airplane kind of became big, we had high-speed rail. We had high-speed rail 100 years ago. There you go. Electrified high-speed rail. Oh yeah, that was the thing. The GGs, man. GG could do 130 miles an hour, man. That's like 100, almost 200 kph. That was fast for the 30s. It can go quick, dude. Can you imagine how hard it was to cross the country in horse and buggy? Yeah, absolutely. Like, I wouldn't call Pennsylvania a well-run railroad. I mean, yeah, for sure. Like, but yeah, that's kind of what happened with the railroad. Like, if you wanted to do high-speed rail, there's no doubt we could do it. It's just, you're untangling 50 years of a mess. That's why nobody tries. And once again, like, I don't necessarily, like, here's the screwed up part. I love trains. I don't necessarily think that was a bad idea. That's probably what I would have done if I was in that position in the 60s as well. Why? Why bother with the train? Train makes no sense. We have an airplane. Airplanes are way better. They're more efficient at moving people around, not necessarily cargo. They're way more efficient at moving people around. It's a much better application than trying to build like high-speed rail, for instance, across the entire country. Why would you bother? I kind of understand that, but you know, with environmental implications, right? The plane isn't always king. UPS would like a word. Yeah. Would trains be better for the environment? Yeah, Neo, a train is a very efficient way of moving things around over medium distances. Long distances if it's freight. So for people, trains are king inside of like 160 kilometers distance. Trains are king. You can't beat the train's efficiency at that distance. It's when you start moving across like the entire country, so like 5,000 kilometers, so 3,000 miles across the whole country, that's when the airplane is king. The airplane's king, dude. I can get on a plane and be in LA on the other side of this country, 3 time zones over in 6 hours. Nothing can compare to that. Not even close. Yeah, Don's exactly. We're not the only ones that came to this conclusion. The Australians move everything via freight, and then they move people around with cars and airplanes. Like, we're not the only ones that have come to this conclusion. It's not the worst conclusion in the world. People may not like it, right? Because of the environmental implications, but it's still not the worst idea. Trains are better than cars for the environment. Hannah, it's not like it's a blanket statement, you know? I've always said that every single type of transportation system has its merits and demerits. Like cars are not really good at long distances. That's awful for the environment. That's a terrible. That's like not even from an environmental standpoint, from just a straight like efficiency standpoint. Like an engineer would tell you that driving a car 3,000 miles compared to driving a train 3,000 miles that's a way. Like, why would you do that, right? Why? That makes no sense. That's a terrible application. That's like trying to hammer a screw, right? And that's how I kind of look at it, you know? I look at it like it really depends on what you're trying to do and where you're trying to go. The car, the train, the boat, airplane, they're all just tools in your tool belt of logistics. Just like Falcon 9 is just another logistical carrier at this point, right? Like, it really depends on what you're trying to do. I would say that like bikes and walking are for like short distances. So let's say like inside of a kilometer. That's where bikes really and walking really make a difference. Cars, probably like 10 to 30 kilometers. You can afford decentralization. So, you know, that makes more sense than taking a train that distance, right? I mean, there are asterisks to this, population density, etc., etc. Yes, I like urban planning. If you guys haven't figured this out, I'm not just a space nut case. I love civil infrastructure. If we weren't such space nuts, we'd be playing cities every day. But there's always an application for everything. Walking and bikes are for short distances and smaller cities. Or cities with an older setup, like Amsterdam, bikes and walking makes perfect sense. Even Boston, to an extent, bikes and walking makes perfect sense, which is why we have bike lanes, right? Cars are really good for like short to medium distances. Trains are good for medium distances. So like if you're moving something, I'd say between 30 and 50 kilometers for people, that's when trains really come into their own. But people still have to get to the train stations, right? So either walk to the train stations or drive to the train stations, right? There's this, it all kind of really depends on how your city's architecture works. And some cities are beholden to different types of urban architecture because of terrain, rivers, mountains. It really depends. I would contend to say, Hannah, that it's better to find the most efficient system, and the most efficient system really depends on where the city is, how big it is, population density, etc., etc. Like in Amsterdam, a big pickup truck doesn't make any sense, right? Like why would you do that? I mean, I've been there, like, so I can speak to it. I've seen it. I saw somebody driving around a Ram 1500 around Amsterdam, and I'm like, what are you doing? I mean, that's cool, but what are you doing? Right? Like, why would you do this? The thing it can't fit down some of the roads. Right? But where I just was in Wichita, pickup truck makes perfect sense. You know, it really depends. There's no like, oh, all cars are bad, or oh, trains are stupid, or oh, airplanes are bad, or oh, this is not efficient. This is the most efficient thing. Depends on the city. Yeah, exactly, SCJ. If you're out in the country, you're out west of the Mississippi, get a big pickup truck because you're going to be going 30, 40 miles to the damn grocery store. So it's more efficient to go to the grocery store, go into town, get everything you need in one shot and drive back, rather than taking multiple trips. That makes no sense, right? Like, so a bigger vehicle is favored there. That is the most efficient application in that, with that type of population density, right? Like, that's what makes the most sense. So go get that damn F-350 dually, baby. Let's go. You got cattle to move. Let's freaking roll. You know, it really depends. Like, I'm not like totally pro car centric. I'm not totally pro train centric. I think every system can play a hand in efficiently moving people around, and it's best to utilize each system where they make the most sense. I don't know, screw me. Like, I'm greedy. I want trains, I want planes, I want automobiles, I want bike lanes, I want walking lanes. You know, like, the freedom of mobility is a great way to drive the wheels of your economy, right? If people can get from one destination to the other quickly and not get stuck in traffic, not get stuck on on mass transit, you know, not get stuck in a bike lane. I don't know how you do that, but then that mobility allows your tax dollars to grow. Because if your commute takes 5 minutes instead of 3 hours, right? That's more time for you to work, right? And well, actually, it's not more time for you to work. You got to work the same amount. That's more time for you to be off work, going and doing other things that aren't being stuck in traffic. So, I mean, I don't know. It's up to debate, right? Like, a lot of people say, like, oh, the trains are the best, or oh, cars are the best. I like cars. Cars are really good, but I'm a big car nutcase. I like building them, right? Oh, speaking of that, I have to buy all the parts for the Coronet. I still haven't done that. But I don't necessarily mind, like, I love trains. I don't hate any one particular form of transportation. But yeah, Erudite, no, sorry, we got into the weeds there with transportation. I love civil infrastructure, bridges, tunnels, roads, cars, trains. I love that stuff. Erudite, what did I think of the Netherlands? The Netherlands is a pretty damn good built-out train system, you know? But one last thing, the Netherlands does this. That's what a lot of people don't realize. The Netherlands has everything. You could take the train, you could walk, you could take the car, you could take whatever you want. You could take a boat. I think this is a really good way of doing things. The Netherlands has ridiculously big train. You have crazy built train infrastructure. I mean, the Amsterdam Central is beautiful. It's a beautiful train station. But look, you have your beautiful train station, and then you have trams to disperse throughout the city and bike lanes to disperse throughout the city because high population density, or you could take a boat. But right next to all of that, if you go down here, you got a big highway that goes through the city too. It all depends on what you're trying to do. And I think that's entirely correlative to population density. So how thickly is it settled? Amsterdam, it has high population density. But as soon as you kind of get out of the historical city, your population density does go down. So that's where trains and cars are more favored. You know what I mean? But yeah, I really do like how the Netherlands does it. They do everything. They have boats, they have trains, they have cars, they have walking lanes. Like, that's the right way to do this. I mean, Tokyo is the same way, dudes. Tokyo can't afford to... A city like Tokyo can't afford to have like one type of transportation system. If everybody used a car, everybody would get clogged up. Tokyo needs subways. They need above ground rail, high speed rail. You need everything for a city that large.
Discovery,
when
go
lift.
at throttle up.
I have to get the Coronet rolling again before we get the lift, so that's probably going to be in the summertime though, guys. Anyway, sorry. Allergies are starting to get me. So we were building out a 5-segment booster here. Yeah, well, Well, we put all our eggs in the car basket, dude, to protect our manufacturing base. That kind of worked, I guess. Repaid, you live for the conversations that you have here. Yeah, dude, exactly. Yeah, there's a bike parking garage by Central, which is super cool. Das and I just went and walked into the bike parking garage just to see a bike parking garage. You guys want to hear something nutty? Look at this. There's a bike parking garage outside of Amsterdam Central. Right? And the bike parking garage is actually under the freaking river. Which I thought was superbly cool. If you look right here, there's a little channel that goes through and around Amsterdam Central Station here. The bike parking garage is under the river. I can't say that any better. It's underneath the damn river, which is cool. I think that's super trick. That's really neat. Really smart, man. If you go and look at the timeline, you could see some blurry pictures. We love blurry pictures. All right, whatever. It's there. There's the... Das and I thought this was a subway station, and then we kind of put 2 and 2 together with the ramps here, along with the stairs. We're like, that ain't no subway station. We went down, there's a freaking parking garage, and the parking garage goes under this entire lake of bikes. It's a bike parking garage. Super cool, actually. But anyway, let's build an Ares rocket, speaking of transportation systems. Bikes! All right, so we were building out a 5-segment booster. I'm going to build out a 5-segment booster, and we're going to test it with an Ares 1 style rocket here. And, yeah, we were figuring out how much kick we need this dang thing to have. As a Dane, I was shocked when I visited the USA and saw the difference in public transport. It depends on where you go, Dusty. Depends on where you go, dude. Like, that's really important to understand, man. If you go to Boston or New York or something, there's a fairly well built out transit system. If you're going to like Tucson, it's the car or nothing. Because the population density changes. Like, I can't stress that enough. It's like, you're gonna get a different flavor of everything in the US. Is Endurance still orbiting out at the moon? Yes, it is. We can go mess around with the Endurance again if we want, but... What major would you study for all that civil transportation management? Probably urban planning or something? Yeah, Clayton, I've seen it. I've stood next to the door. All right, so... let's think about this. We need this thing to have a little bit more kick. Geek, it's not just the size, it's the terrain. We have to negotiate 2 gigantic mountain ranges on the east and west sides of the country. Like, it's not just that, like... You know, I was about to say, you know, most of Europe is flat, but that's not entirely true. There's the Alps and the Pyrenees and all this other stuff, but that's a tiny mountain range compared to the scale of the Rockies, dude, right? Like, tiny. And I ain't making excuses either. Like, and I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like the decision to kind of abandon the railways in the 60s wasn't a good idea. That was the right call. Like, as much as people don't want to hear that, like... I know people don't want to hear that, but that was the right decision. Seeing a 5-segment in KSP is strange. Yeah, We ended up building out a fairing for this. Now we got to figure out how much thrust we should give this thing. I do have a programmed cow controller here. The programmed cow controller is going to modulate thrust to simulate the tail off of the SRB, right? But see, I've noticed this when we go and look here. If we look at, right, if we go at the look at the shuttle SRBs, the 4 segments, burn time is 123 seconds, right? Specific impulse 268. Max thrust is 15. These things here, look. Each booster had a liftoff thrust of approximately 12 meganewtons, 2.8 million pounds force at sea level, increasing shortly after liftoff to 14.7, 3.3. Yeah, and then they tailed off. So, if we let's open up another window and let's look at the 5 segment. Oh, here, Space Launch System, right? The 5 segments have a liftoff thrust. A liftoff thrust of 14.6, and it goes to 16 in the vacuum. But the burn time is for the most part the same. And they switched. Yeah, they're still using P-band, APCP. It seems like these things just have a little bit more thrust, but the burn time is more or less the same. Like, we should figure out the proportion of thrust here, so to do this right, if we wanted to get it correct in Kerbal. So let's do the liftoff thrust of the 5 segment is 14,000. Let's divide that by 12,000, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And it's 1.16. The thrust. Okay, cool. So now let's go back into KSP here. That tracks for SRB lengthening, right? Yeah, exactly. So let's go back over here. Huh. 1.15 at peak liftoff thrust. That can't be a coincidence, dude. Dude, I'm almost wondering if I did this on purpose. Hey, Rocket Guy. I'm almost wondering if I already made this booster work like a 5 segment. But then again, my space shuttle boosters do this too. Do you have any idea how to give that booster more punch? Yeah, of course. We could trick it. We want to give it more punch.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Just add more SRB. Just shoehorn that in there. It'll give it more thrust. Hey, Pizza King, 58-month resub. With that being said, I've seen a couple of users around on X here. There's this guy, Truthful. Hi, Truthful. That does cinematics, right? And Truthful's been working with some Constellation rockets in KSP. And it's making me want to go and get the freaking mod for them because they are... Bruh. Ooh. It's pretty good, man. Freaking Altier Lander is ace, dude. I don't know. I kind of like building stuff myself. I like the fun of building in stock, but man, that Blue Dog, I think he's using BDB, which is... You don't think we need the extra SRB? Do you have any idea? I mean, Yarg, we could just set the overclock, dude. But if we set the overclock, you still have the same amount of solid fuel. Like we need to figure out a way to give this thing. I can't believe they built some of SLS near your house in New Orleans. Tony, yeah, of course. Every space shuttle external tank was built at Michoud. Every single one of them, dude. Give it a quarter more fuel. I can't give it any more fuel. The only way to give it more fuel would be to put another SRB inside of it. I'm thinking. We could screw around with the craft file, yeah, if you want. I'm almost kind of okay with doing that, just for part count and simplicity purposes. Here. Give me 1 second. Let me go find where Kerbal is. So, like, you can go and edit the damn craft file. Jebstone 1X, here we go. Edit with Notepad, right? And we could go find... I didn't spell Clydesdale right. Yeah, right there. There it is. 16,400. We can edit it. We can give it more solid rocket fuel. That will just edit this booster in this craft file to have that amount of solid rocket fuel. I kind of want to do that. I'm kind of about that, dude. That would make things a lot easier. I already did edit these. I already edited these boosters to have... Oh. How would we do this? We would need to find the proportional amount of fuel for a segment. So if a 4-segment booster is 16,400 solid, right? Right? We divide that by 4, right? 4,100. So then we do 16,4 plus 4,100. Wow. All right. Wait, how much was that again? Hold on. 20,500? Oh, no, no. Here, I'm going to do it with the 20,500. Okay, so now we reload the craft file. You also have to increase the thrust. I got to change the thrust curve, yes. EJ is in his own world. No, I'm saying what we need to do. Some of you guys have already figured it out, but I'm saying what I need to do out loud, so if you're watching the VOD, you understand what's going on, rather than me just going, oh yeah, chat, that's what we'll do. It's important to provide context to our VOD viewers. Hi, VOD viewers. Hello. Am I on your TV right now? Ooh, somebody's making dinner over there. Yo. That smells really good. Yo, can I have some? I'm hungry. I've been sitting here on this TV all day. Yo, give me some of that. No? All right, fine. I'll just be here on the internet. Whatever. Oh, yeah, there we go. Chat said I can't. All right. I can't have your Cornish pastry? That, you know, that sucks. That's the point, Ordon. Yeah, right? That's what we do. All right. So let's think about this. Now, let me go into our Cal controller. Let's rename this so I know. 5... Constroller. 5seg SRM controller. That's your... Thanks, your sister's cooking apple pies. Oh, you're welcome. Let's go here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Appreciate you, big dog. Thanks, Grizz. So, okay. This is a little more advanced gameplay for KSP. What I'm doing here, if you're looking at this going, I don't know what the hell's going on here. More context for the VOD viewers. So, in Kerbal, you have an SRB, right? You have all different types, and if you activate this, it's just going to give you basically 100% thrust all the time. That's fine. That'll work. Now, the Space Shuttle and SLS's boosters don't do that, okay? This is an important thing to understand. They don't do that. The other thing I gotta actually... set the gimbal limiter to 500. Or 800, because 8 degrees of gimbal. Have an eggs and sausage. You want some? No, I'm good. Bod EJ might be hungry in the future, but current EJ's fine. It didn't take. Crap. Just leave that like that. That's Notepad++. There is an SRB fuel tank mod. Yeah. No, but I'm not worried about none of that. We won't have side fumbling. There we go. Alright, now she's tooled up. I'm wondering if I could get at the cal controller in Notepad. Give me 1 second. Because I can't access some of the points here. So what I do with the SRM is I have the thrust limiter bound to a cal controller. A cal controller is a very, very primitive computer in KSP, very primitive. It doesn't do much. What this thing is doing here is modulating the thrust limiter output. So if you watch the thrust limiter output here, I'll just move it over there. As the curve plays, right, it goes up in thrust, right?
Discovery,
See, she goes up in thrust, and then it goes down, right? And then it goes back up again, and then it tails off for separation. This is much more how the actual shuttle SLS Ares 1, that's how these boosters work. How do they make it throttle? How do they do that in real life then? It's actually physically how they pack the SRM grain. Solid rocket boosters, these ones are made out of segments, right? Those segments get moved in pieces. There's one of the segments right there. Yeah, see, that's an insulator cap. The solid rocket fuel is that. It's that gray stuff. That's P-band right there. Or APCP, which is really a really nice way of saying explodey bits. And these segments kind of latch into each other, right? This is taken inside of the RPRSF, the solid rocket booster rotating processing and service facility at the Cape. Hey, Ox, 52-month resub. Forbidden cookie dough. Yep. See, and the segments get moved around. See, there you go. Right? Each segment has so this is your solid rocket fuel, and then when the solid rocket booster ignites, this center funnel area, the center area fills up with fire, and that fire gets shot out the back, right? Now, how you physically make your, for all intents and purposes, we'll call this the combustion chamber. How you physically pack the solid rocket propellant in there, or SRB grain, will help you with your, it'll help modulate your thrust output. So the way you physically pack solid rocket boosters full of fuel will get you a different thrust curve here, see? Now you have progressive, neutral, which neutral is for the most part what KSP has. It's mostly progressive, but you could do a regressive thrust curve, or you could have a two-step thrust curve. This is for like a single casing SRB, all right? With a segmented SRB, so you stack those segments on top of each other, each segment can have a different packing shape, and that will create a thrust output on the SRB that actually is modulated. It can go up and down, right? So the way we built that in KSP, the way we got that working, is I used a cal controller with a thrust limiter to simulate the different segment packing. So it works just like a real one. This solid rocket booster actually throttles down for maximum dynamic pressure. So the problem here is that I need to increase the thrust output, but because for a split second right at liftoff, my output goes above, it goes above 100%, and I can't select that damn thing. It goes up to 115, as we discussed. That might give us the TWR that we're looking for. I mean, 1.12 at liftoff now. What is it with payload on board? $1.05. Yeah, see, we have to figure out a way to modify that cal controller. Let's go back into Notepad. Yes, reload. Art controller. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that that's probably it. Let's look around here, see what we can find. There it is. Sequence position, controlled axis. Controlled axis is thrust percentage. There's my key right there. Oh. $88.80, 70, 770, 88.80, 77.70. I don't know what these other numbers are, dudes. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that that's curve position. All right. Okay, so if we set that number right there to, hold on, calculator, come back. We need 115 points. Oh, 115. No, that's 155. 115.7 times 1.16, which is the
Discovery, go at throttle up.
proportional amount from between a 4 and 5 segment in real life. So that means we need to give this 134,212. Save it. All right. Now, reload the file. Did you watch Star Trek? I actually grew up on Star Wars, but I watched Star Trek eventually. I did. My parents used to watch TNG when I was growing up, when the episodes came out. All right, now let's go check our controller here. Open. Now the first curve should push us up to 134. So that's proportionally the thrust increase that you encounter. Proportionally, that's the thrust increase that you encounter on liftoff. Now I'm wondering if we should bump up all of these. Question, what are you making this vehicle for? I'm making a 5-segment vehicle, A-Tor, so I can make SLS. I want to just build an SLS. But I want to build it with the upper stage that I think it should be designed with. And I kind of want to build out like a hybrid Constellation Artemis architecture, dude. And then do stuff with it, if that makes any sense. Yeah, Bim, I'm pretty sure we're going to have to modify all of these numbers. Just basically bump that entire curve up. Or else our fuel consumption isn't going to be proportional. So yeah, that's what we're going to have to do. So we're going to have to just run some numbers here. 88.8 times 1.16 gives us 103, right? So 103.3. Or no, it's 103 on the dot. All right, now let's do the same thing again. Shut off the other calculator so we don't get confused. 77.7 times 1.16. That gives us 90.132. 90.132. And then we have 70.3 times 1.16. 81,548. Right? The reason why I'm bumping every number up is to be able to deal with the increased fuel. We increase the fuel amount, but if we don't change the thrust curve, then we'll get to flame out on the SRB and there'll still be fuel left in the SRB and it'll keep firing. This is getting into some quackulous here. But we're just gonna kind of brute force this for the most part. 85,921. Hopefully most of the behavior that we had with this thing is Already figured out. $74.07 times 1.16, 85.92. Yeah. .66 times 1.16, 77,325. And then here comes the tail off, so that's 59.25 times 1.16, 68.73. And then the last one will switch to 1.16 and then down to 0. Last key is 0 for the rest of the cal. Cool. All right, so save that. We just did. Go down here, right? Hey, Red, what's going on, man? I'm reprogramming a cal controller in Notepad to make a 5-segment. We're gonna fudge a 5-segment booster here, dude. Thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate the constant raids, dude. You're Red, you and I have been around for a long time, dude, and it doesn't go unnoticed. I really appreciate it. Guys, my buddy Red Panda plays Kerbal as well. He's one of the OG Kerbal players. You've been playing Kerbal just as long, probably longer than I have, man.
Discovery,
that's right,
go at throttle up.
Guys, go give Red a follow. He's a good dude. Very knowledgeable about space. See, there we go. Now the entire curve is just boosted up. Hey, Linux. Speaking of longtime KSP personalities. Gonna launch this on the shuttle pad? We could. Pigzig. You know what? I'll just knowledgeable. Yes, right? Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. So now see, now we're at 1.12 on liftoff. Oh man, this thing is gonna freaking rocket, man. But see, here's the thing, guys. My Jebstone rocket with the 4-segment booster, a 4-segment. So the Jebstone 4 rocket here, right, is kind of, I used this in a career mode save once, and it is, dude, it is disgustingly good. It made me a pretty big Ares 1 fanboy, but not Ares 1 like moving people necessarily. This thing moving cargo is disgustingly good. What I essentially did was take a shuttle 4-segment SRB, and then I put a Saturn V 3rd stage on top of it. So it's a 4-seg SRB with an S4B on top of it. Oh man, is it a disgustingly good vehicle. It can do basically 25 tons to low Kerbin orbit, and now it's going to be able to do more. Be sure to static fire it. Yeah, this thing is, yeah, gonna be pretty hefty, man. I have to redo the stage here, just a smidge. Going test flight. Give me a second. Yeah, my strut work in here is all dookie now. Razzie, hey J Headshot, any advice on how I can build a space station? What kind of space station are you trying to make? Did you get the shuttle to work? Yeah, Aitor. Did the mass scale up when you increased the fuel capacity? Yes, yes it did. It was showing in the thrust away at liftoff. All right. I'd like to build a space station like the ISS, something that is in orbit where I can expand it with various modules. So in Kerbal, it's going to be easier to build a modular station. It's going to be easier to build something like Mir. Mir is just a bunch of modules that each have their own RCS and they just dock to each other. It's easier to do that. Trying to build something like the ISS gets to be a little bit difficult because now you need a space shuttle and a robotic arm to put it all together. I would suggest trying to build something like Mir first. Actually, you know what, dude? Don't even build Mir. Mir was not the first space station that the Soviet Union ever tried to make. No. Mir was a bunch of space station modules all clustered together. Now, the Mir modules, they're called DOS modules, the core. DOS in Russian. I don't know what it means. I forget. So they have DOS modules and FGBs, functional cargo blocks. Kuvent, Spectre, Priroda, those are all functional cargo blocks, or FGBs for short. Crystal, that's all functional cargo blocks. But the core module is what's called a DOS module. The DOS module is derived from Salyut, which is the Russian word for salute. It's derived from the Salyut program. Salyut is just one module. One module with a capsule. Razi, I would suggest starting here. And then, so the Russians launched 7 Salyut modules, right? They made 9 DOS modules. The last DOS module that Russia made is the Zvezda module that's on the ISS. So start with something simple like this. Or if you want to go a different route, you could do something like Skylab. Skylab is well, you can't necessarily do this in KSP, but you can make something like this. Skylab is an upper stage that they decided to build a space station. NASA decided to build a space station module inside of it before they filled it up. They didn't fill it up at all. They just took an upper stage and built a space station inside of it. And then launched it on a Saturn V, and then used an S1B, Saturn 1B, to get the people up there. People docked to the thing, and then there you go. A modern equivalent would be VAST, correct. Try doing something like that first. Even us, the US, before building the space station, we did stuff like this. Just get your space station module up there and get routine access to it. That would probably be my best recommendation. I still think Skylab is a good idea. If it was up to me, I would do this with the EUS. Yeah, there, I said it. So the idea, just in case you were wondering who came up with this idea. So this was a Von Braun idea. And what Von Braun wanted to do, guys, is use this as a prototype spaceship. Skylab was a prototype interplanetary transport vehicle. Now, how? Why? What are you talking about? So, what Von Braun wanted to do was build a wet workshop. So, what is a wet workshop? What does that mean? So, I told you that this was a converted Saturn S4B, Saturn V S4B. It's a third stage that they converted into a space station module and they launched. What Von Braun wanted to do is make a wet workshop. Now, what is a wet workshop? What does that mean? A wet workshop is we'll build this out right now. So build the space station module, build it inside of the gigantic hydrogen tank on the S4B, and then launch it with fuel inside of it and an engine in the back. That's called a wet workshop. A wet workshop is where you build a space station inside of a spent stage. Now, why? Why would you want to do this? Well, Skylab was just basically a bunch of open space. If you put fuel in that open space, you can go further. The idea here is to make transfer vehicles that look like this. So, how this would have worked is you would have sent this thing up there, right? And then launched a Saturn 1B, docked to it just like Skylab, and then lit the stage. The stage would be used to shoot you on an interplanetary trajectory. The idea is that the Apollo program would have, by the late 1970s, we would have been doing flybys by Venus and by Mars. It's much easier to do a flyby of a planet and then just come right back home. Similar to Artemis 2, but around Venus or Mars, to get the first human eyes on these planets, right? And then once the stage completed the burn, it would passivate, right? You'd purge out the space station module or the tanks with space station inside of them, right? And then the crew, which would be in the command module here, and then the docking adapter, would open up the hatch to a perfectly useful and habitable, gigantic freaking space station. And that becomes your transfer vehicle for flying by Venus. The idea down the road after this is that you could take this, you could couple it to another S4B eventually, build something like Skylab and couple stages together and stage a gigantic rocket in space and send it so it has enough delta V to be able to stop at Mars or stop at Venus. How much fuel could the tanks of Starship be shrunk to expand the crew living area to make something like a Starship Skylab? Yarg, you don't need to worry about that, dude. Skylab could fit inside of Starship's payload bay. Yes, I've done the math. Think we'll ever see artificial gravity ship stations like Hermes in The Martian? Possible? Sure. Seriously, Yarg, see where that checkerboard is? On top here, on the forward skirt of the S4B? That to there, to the aft skirt, where it mates to the vehicle stage adapter in the S2, that can fit inside of Starship's payload bay. You could put an entire Skylab inside of Starship's payload bay, dude. You don't need to worry about that. You don't need to worry about changing the tanks. Starship could just do this. You could just do flybys. Yeah, Starship's, so this stage is 6.6 meter diameter. Starship is 9. It can fit in there. You wouldn't have the multiple docking adapter, the Apollo telescope mount, or any of this. You would either need to figure out a way to get people up there and have a radial docking attachment, like the space shuttle, like so Starship opens up its payload bay doors, you have a Dragon capsule attached to the side, right? Transfer people, Dragon capsule goes, people fly away on Starship, etc., etc. Would they have to build the habitable area in the fuel tank? How does habitation systems and fuel mix? Well, the idea is that you'd kit it out. You'd put all the systems that can survive being submerged in hydrogen in here, and then everything is packed up in the docking adapter. So when you open up the stage, when you open this up, there's just a bunch of empty lockers and stuff, right? And then you can kit them out. You can kit them out and install all the stuff that you need. On top of the S4B right here is all your life support systems to keep your life support going up here for a long period of time, dude. I'm telling you, Von Braun was cooking, dude. It was smart. It's a very smart idea. S4B transfer vehicles is genius. That's, dude, we don't even need to do the wet workshop thing. You could just do the dry workshop and get away with it. And it speaks to Von Braun as a systems engineer. Everything, everybody knows that Werner von Braun, like, kind of is the father of the Apollo program. Like, he yeah, the left solar panel broke. Turns out Saturn V is a little bit of a rowdy ride up into space, but that's another story. Von Braun, like, he was a hell of an engineer, but what a lot of people didn't know is that, like, he was a heck of an aerospace engineer, but he was a disgustingly good project manager. And that's not like my interpretation of it. I've had the pleasure of interviewing people that worked with him. He was a disgustingly good project manager. Think kind of like Gwen Shotwell to SpaceX. Like, the guy had such a good understanding of everything that he was dealing with, right? That he could use it to manage the project better. And everybody that I've talked to that worked with that dude said he just had like almost clairvoyance about like how everything was going to go together. Long story short, I'm pretty sure he had the tism. Like, pretty sure. Most people that run in the space industry, I'm pretty sure. Non-neurodivergent people didn't put people on the moon. Let me put it that way. Like, let's, you know, I think that's a better way to say it. And I mean that in an endearing way, guys. Like, sane people don't make stuff like that. Okay? Sane people don't make stuff like that work. Okay? Like, that's not how that works at all. Like not in the least, man. How much of Von Braun's playbook did Elon and Jeff copy? Not much, Nova. I think that Von Braun would probably like what SpaceX is doing, though. And yeah, you know, I know someone's going to bring it up or has already brought it up. Like, let's not sit here and pretend like Von Braun wasn't involved with some pretty dodgy stuff over the years. Like, we know that, of course. We can acknowledge that and say that that's bad and be adults about it and move on. Like, we get it, right? Like, that's right, Deep Fried. I think Von Braun would like Starship. He would really like Starship, especially the reuse. Von Braun was a big proponent of reusable spacecraft. I'm pretty sure he didn't. I don't know this for sure, and I don't speak for the guy. Pretty sure he did not like expendable rockets. He proposed a reusable architecture for a vehicle like Saturn V sized in the 50s. It was on Walt Disney's show. But yeah, anyway, let's get back to building out our rocket. But yeah, I think SLS should do that with the EUS. You know, if we're not going to use the EUS as a stage, use it to make a space station. Or use it to prototype a transfer vehicle or something. Just putting it out there. Yeah, Don's it's just being an adult, you know. Nobody's perfect, and I understand that. And what he's done, what he did in the past before the Apollo program is certainly not excusable by any means, right? Like, it's just how it is, man. All right, anyway. Let's keep going. So we got our 5 segment pretty much ready to go. I'm probably going to need to redo some of the strut work in here to make sure that this works right. So let me just get rid of all these. Oh, what the heck was I doing here? All right, whatever. So because we have the 5 segment, I also extended the upper stage. And what I'm going to do, actually, I think we could probably extend it again. My real question is, if we want to save on parts, right, we're using 375 tanks like this. What about this tank? Could we get away with that one? Does that one have orange? It does have orange. He did, Cal, yes. Von Braun wanted reusable rockets. Why didn't he like the space shuttle? Because he rightly discerned that it would be easier to try and reuse the Saturn V than it would to try and make an all-up new system. That, and he was probably a little biased towards the rocket that he invented, towards reuse. Just putting it out there. Man, this thing's gonna have some punch behind it. Jeez. I mean, O-Force, think about it from a purely pragmatic point of view, right? Like, you have a rocket that can put 120 metric tons into space, right? Are you going to swap that for a reusable rocket that moves 25 tons into space? Like, I'm good, Nova. Thank you. Debating on extending out our second stage here. I suppose we should probably test it. You guys want to see a launch, don't you? Don't you? Let me just get some stringer reinforcement here. Hi, Phone Sister. How are you? Linux, I like the space shuttle, dude. The space shuttle's amazing. I love it, and I'm happy that it existed. But Linux, I'll tell you, if I had to choose between Saturn V or the shuttle, I will take heavy lift. Probably easier to say that in hindsight, but also, I don't think my upper stage is big enough here. So the reason why I'm worried about this is because we just have, this thing's going to pack a huge punch at liftoff. If this goes too fast, it'll fall apart. It'll shatter into a bajillion pieces on the way up. I'm just worried we're not giving it the upper stage kick that it needs. Let's put 18 tons of payload on there, and let's make sure my action groups are still bound. Place sequencer, activate release clamp. Check your staging. Pairing separation. Good. Hey, Smoke. I mean, I'm worried this thing's gonna go too fast. We'll see. Because I didn't make the upper stage big enough, but we'll check. I mean, the original Jebstone could put that 18 tons of payload into space no problem. Like, it's not even, it's, yeah, ridiculous. Hey, Smoked, you're struggling as an engineer. Why? Yeah, Hellfish, I'm pretty sure this design could move way more. We all are, Dons, act accordingly. Their thoughts of drying out the hydrogen from the workshop was to just open the access hatch to open space. Oh, jeez. Yeah, what workshops kind of, remains to be seen. If that's a good idea or not. Oh my goodness, look at this damn thing. That is a big rocket. All right, ready? 10, 9, 8, 7. This might explode. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness. That's not great. Stay with me. Okay. Took a second, but we're on the right track. She's a little wobbly. Uh-oh. Ooh, staging. The staging velocity is not great, dude. The upper stage is going to have to do a lot of lifting. Okay, stand by for separation. Yeah, that's fine. Just blow it all up. That's not good. We're coming back down. Tail off rate needs to be completely changed. Yeah, we're falling. Not great. I'm not even going to separate the fairing. We're still in the atmosphere. So what's the issue? The tail off thrust dock is not. My staging velocity is too low. I gotta keep the thrust up on the SRB for a longer period of time if we're gonna move this type of stage. Aero is gonna overcome my stability assist right there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Goonie. What's up, dude? Yeah, that's not good. All right, let's call that a fail. All right, bring it back into the hangar. Fun fact, that's about as good as the original Ares 1 test flight. The Ares 1X test flight. That's pretty much what happened. Fun fact.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
How well do you think a KSP Lunar multiplayer server would run on your computer? We tried to break Stationeers.
I don't know. I'm not doing that, though. All right, let's Thanks, Goonie. Honestly, like right here, 100. I'm just gonna tweak the curve just a little bit. We need to get our staging velocity in order to pump the, like, this is just me speaking from experience. In order to get this stage to do anything useful up in space, we need to be staging near 700-800 meters a second. So what I did was the later phases of this booster ascent, I made it throttle down, and then I increased the throttle here. Let's just tweak it. That should do it. I can't do more initial TWR because 0.1 can't be above 100. Hellfish, at least in the cow controller. I mean, we could edit it, but yeah, that's too much gimbal is what caused the wobble and caused the instability there. Let me just make sure we got auto struts here enabled. I hate editing in here. Editing inside the VAB is stupid. Nice, Goonie. That's cool. No, RJ, no. We can fix this. I can work around it. It's no. Don't worry about that. Bored. Why is it when I play KSP, my vehicles look like a Picasso painting? I have 20,000 hours in the game, dude. Yeah, Blue's jealous of the mishap investigation. Ooh, that's bad. All right. So we have increased thrust output in the later phases of ascent should get us what we want. Let's try this again. Okay. Ready? T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd appreciate it if you didn't do that. Come on, baby. Stay with me. It looks good, reads, but yeah, does it work good? That's kind of really what I'm more concerned about. Yeah, it looks great. We could squeeze more out of the end there. Okay. I'm not even going to stage this. Well, we can if you guys want to see it. But, yeah, there's plenty of fuel left in that SRB. 1,000 units. We could... The ramp-off curve can be a lot lower. We only went below 1.0 TWR, like over here. That's when we started to slow down. As long as we keep accelerating, that's fine. Once again, that we got to about 418. What was our max speed? Or 480, excuse me, not 18. 484. Yeah, we just haven't used up that extra bit of solid right there, and that'll work really nice. You guys wanted to see staging. Test fairing separation, make sure that works. Yeah. See, we're just not going fast enough. Gravity's gonna pull us back down. We might make it. Got to gain more speed. We don't want to go past their AP. If we go past the high point, the gravity's gonna, our thrust, the force of gravity is gonna overcome the amount of thrust that we're making here. You generally don't want to go past that thing. You want to keep it out in front of you. Just tip for the newer viewers. That doesn't mean you can't go past it and still make it. You can. Some rockets do this in real life. The first stage lofts like a payload high, right? And then they do fall, but they accelerate before gravity takes them back. It's not a particularly, like... I'm not going to say it's not a good way to do it. It's just an ultra-efficient way of doing things. Yeah, alright. We know what's going to happen here. I'm going to get rid of that. Remember, you just added like 25% of the mass of the SRB. I know. You opposed to redoing the curve from scratch? Yes. It's not going to take much to tweak this, guys. It's really not. Honestly, that'll probably do us right. At least it'll get us a pretty good order of magnitude closer. Let's try again. JP, your dad was a senior systems engineer on Ares 1 up, the Ares 1 upper stage at Marshall until they pulled the plug on Constellation. You said one of the problems they had and the Orion teams was dealing with the excess vibration. Yeah, they would have need to put a vibration damping system into the interstage adapter on Ares 1, but JP, everybody gives Ares 1 a bad rap because it was canceled midway through development. They figured out that they had vibration problems, so they, you know, it's not like it would have taken a long time. It's NASA. They would have figured it out. Like, my thing is that everybody, because it was canceled before they solved those problems, everybody gives Ares 1 a bad rap. And guess what, man? If Starship was canceled after Flight 1, everybody would call it a pile of junk. You know? Like, I don't understand the hate for the Ares rocket. It's a good idea, and I'm sick of pretending like it's not. Frankly, I've never pretended like it's not, but you get the idea. Ready? 3, 2, 1, let's jam. That's gonna be something we need to figure out. Vibrations, you say? I gotta see if we can fudge the Cal controller to give us more liftoff rust. That's happening because of aerodynamic instability from low airspeed. Jeepers. GWR is down around 1.5. I know. That's literally what I just said. Got above 500. Trench today? Yep, that's the idea. Everyone still calls Starship a pile of junk. That's a good point. 0.65. 0.65 is a lot for an upper stage. Hey Tech, what's going on? Hey Chief, how are you? No, oh, of course, I don't care. Yeah, sorry. Everybody's good, Chief. It is slow. We're tweaking the 5-segment SRB curve with the Cal controller, John. Got to give it a little bit more kick. See, we're getting a nicer trajectory every time here. One might make it, dudes. It's gonna be close. I'm not really burning very efficiently here. We're burning out of our prograde velocity to try and, well, long story short, I'm using some of the rocket engine to keep me up, and some of the thrust is being used to keep me up in the air. The other, like by pointing at 45 degrees like this, the other part is being used to accelerate. It's not the most efficient way to accelerate. And what did I tell you guys from the tutorial the other day in KSP? It's very important that your upper stage is used to go fast. If you're using your upper stage to keep you up in the air, you got a problem. Yeah, we'll make it. Barely. But we're pushing so much against the atmosphere now. We're just on the edge of it, which really sucks. We'll get it, though. Now that the AP is out in front of us, we're going fast enough where I can kind of turn and burn here. Barely still counts. True that. We can shut the engine off. As we coast up out of the atmosphere. Look, atmospheric drag is pulling my AP back in. We just gotta be careful. Cut 25% of the fuel for this stage for better TWR. No? No, why would I... What? Why would I do that? There is a thing to think about here, dudes. Actually, Yarg, now that I'm thinking about it, like the fuel density here. So Ares 1 has an upper stage that's about this size, but differential propellant fuel density from hydrogen to whatever liquid fuel is, right, is going to screw me here a little bit. Yeah, we kind of brute forced it, Reeds. I'm almost wondering if we make the upper stage bigger to reflect the hydrogen. If we make the upper stage bigger to reflect the hydrogen volume and density, like what I did with my shuttle tanks, might be a better solution here. All right, let me revert. Nice tunes. Thanks, AJ. So let's put that theory to the test by doing this. Yarg, let's do what you were saying. Half the fuel load. So the thing is, guys, in real life, hydrogen tanks are... You can't... Well, we know from SLS that you can't store hydrogen at a high density. You really can't. It'll start to leak. It has... You can only pressurize it so much before it'll just leak everywhere. We know that from SLS and that damn tail service mast umbilical, right? Got to be careful with your leak rates. Now, because of this, liquid fuel in Kerbal is... it's much more dense, like me. And you can store it at... In Kerbal, you could store it at a much higher density. And so, here's the thing. We can make the tank look like Ares 1, but it wouldn't perform like Ares 1 because we basically have too much fuel in the upper stage. So, Yarg, now that I'm thinking about it, like, we could... where my mind was at is I could try to squeeze more performance out of that SRM by tweaking the thrust curve, right? But what I'm basically doing if we do that is chasing a rocket design, an Ares 1 style rocket design with an upper stage that's like twice the size of an actual, proportionately twice the size of an actual Ares 1 tank. So, here, look. The Ares 1 rocket went through a lot of different design studies. What we've essentially made in Kerbal is this one. Actually, this guy right here. We've essentially made this when we're trying to make that. That's not exactly what we want here. Have you ever heard of the game Launch Window? It's not out yet, but it's amazing to be aiming to be across a Factorio Dyson Sphere program in KSP. I saw somebody post about it on social media yesterday, Bean. Yeah, interesting. I like Ares 1. I think it looks good. Let's try this with the tanks halved. Let's see what happens. I have a feeling this is probably going to accelerate a little too quickly, but we'll see. Is there a difference between an SRB and an SRM? Depends on the project. Some rockets call them SRMs, some call them SRBs. On the shuttle, it's SRBs. But on something like Vulcan or Atlas, it's not. Ready? T-minus 10, 9, 8. Actually, I want to watch us go through the thrust curve here. Oh, she's shaking around. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff of Ares 1X, testing new vehicle designs. Actually much better. Oh, our dynamic pressure is butthole. We could probably lower the thrust ramp there. Oh my goodness, we're up over 20,000 pascals. That's not ideal. It's not great. We don't want that. Look at our staging velocity now. Yeah, much better. The solid's getting a little hot, though. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, much better. There we go. 20,000. No, it's 20,000 pascals. No, so that's 20 kPa. All right. Tailing off. Ready? Let's see if the separator works. Ready? Separate, damn you! Okay, we got to work on the separator. It's not working exactly how we want. we have to work on that, okay? 20 kPa is not a lot. That's a lot for a rocket, dude. Okay, pop that off. What's our AP looking like? 107. All right, we can turn and burn. We actually could have turned more. I lofted that trajectory. Don't you find it strange you're fixing the SRB by changing the upper stage? What? What do you mean? Change the upper stage mass. Did you not hear the part about fuel densities? I'm confused. You've been watching this whole time, no? I'm trying to go 100 by 100. We're actually lofted a little bit. We could probably give it more fuel. Yeah, I stand by my statement. Okay, you do that. You can stand by your statement over in the wrong statements area if you want. .432. Created a 5-segment SRB that's just a 4-segment with extra steps. Hey, Hellfish, I don't really understand what you're trying to get at here. We only increased the thrust by 1.16%. We can't double the upper stage fuel capacity and increase thrust on our first stage by 1.16%, but you seem to be insisting that that is what you can do. No, I assure you it is not. That is not how physics works at all. What you're suggesting is scale the upper stage to this ridiculous fuel requirement in our second stage. I understand that, but that's not really what I'm trying to do here. Asking again, does anything use a solid fuel like aluminum with liquid oxygen or other oxidizers? Every SRB uses aluminum. They use aluminum as a fuel stabilizer to make a more uniform explosion. Aluminum flakes are there to potentially fill any gaps, that air bubbles in the SRB propellant when it cures, Pruin. Yeah, that's a thing. I'm saying you should be really interested in the original stick rocket with the SRB, and you aren't. Yeah, and part of the... I don't understand. Yeah, I know. I'm dialing in the design here. We got to dial in that thrust curve. That's not easy to do. Dude, dialing in the thrust curve takes time. The reason why is because if you really wanted to solve this problem correctly, we'd have to get into doing calculus on stream. So here, let me explain. So say this graph right here. Look at this graph, right? That's change in thrust, and this is change in time, right? Okay. Look, so say our SRB, actually it'd be better to draw it out this way. So we have the thrust of our SRB, right? And the full burn, we could just do at 100% thrust the whole way, right? I'm going to explain this in really, really basic terms, okay? So say we wanted double the burn time, okay? So say that represents one burn at 100%, right? If we wanted to double our burn time to 2, right? How this graph would look is something like this now. Now why? Why would that look like that? It would look like that because what we're doing is we're essentially cutting this area out, flipping it over, and putting it over there. You see? Now, that's a really, really basic way of saying what's going on here. This gets complicated. This gets complicated when your thrust curve does this, right? You have to figure out essentially your surface area over here, right? And then you have to add that over here into a different shape. Calculus. Right? So we could sit here and we could do the math, or we could just fly it and mess with it. I don't understand, because you're basically like, well, why didn't you get it perfect on the first try? Why are you trying to optimize something else? Well, because tweaking that thrust curve will take me days. I'm just hammering the thrust curve around to get this working, because if I sit here and work on a project for too long, people seem to give me crap about working on a project too long, like you. So, I mean, you can't have it both ways, dude. Which one do you want? I could sit here and tweak that thing and do all the math out till I'm blue in the face, and I probably would. So what do you want? You want a high fidelity design, or do you want something that works? You can only have one of those options quick, man. Calculus is boring. I lowered the thrust curve there for max Q. Kerbal favors the iterative design, like what SpaceX does. But my original design had... This is how this would have worked with the original Jebstone stage. But see, this isn't efficient because we're still moving all that extra crap there. Yeah, Angelic. Mm-hmm. We also have to work on that damn separator. So remove a tank from the upper stage. Well, I have to the tank amount here. All right. I changed our throttle down on the SRB, so I'm going to make sure that the one in the SPH has a standardized file here. The point that I'm trying to tell you, dude, is that it's gonna take some time. The fuel density, though, is a problem that absolutely needs to be solved. The only reason my shuttle works correctly is because I have the proportional fuel density from liquid fuel to hydrogen inside of a fairing that looks like an external tank. We might have to do the same thing with this. In fact, if we wanted to do it right to transfer into stock KSP correctly, we would have to do something like that. In the meantime, though, this does look nice. But of course, if I did the whole amount of fuel inside of a fairing trick, we would have Ares 1X. It would be a white upper stage. Just saying. No capsule on the top. I used my Jebstone 4 rocket as a cargo carrying vehicle, Apocalypsis. Yeah. Yeah, I used it as a cargo vehicle. Ares 1, dude, that's the thing that people don't talk about, man. Ares 1 is a disgustingly good launch vehicle. Look at that. 25.4 tons to Leo. That's really good. That's more than Falcon 9. And, you know, I know what people are going to say. Oh, well, EJ, the Falcon 9 reuses the first... excuse me. Excuse me. That's refurbishable. Excuse me. No, this does too. Partially reusable vehicle. Yes, it's a technicality. Shut up, but it's still a thing. You could make this work. You could probably get Ares 1's cost down somewhere analogous with Falcon 9. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I said that, and it's true. People don't want to hear that, but you could. If you were aiming for a high flight rate, just make more SRBs. It's the exact same problem that they would have tackled during the shuttle program. Just, it's the same reason why SpaceX reuses their fairings. Not because it's cost effective, but because they can't make them fast enough. Pad-related question. I know that they use water to keep the sound down on the pad for the rocket, so the sound is to not destroy the vehicle. Do they recycle that water and use it over and over again, or do they get fresh water every time? No, they get fresh water every time. Why didn't they go ahead with this? It got canceled for SLS. Judo. Yeah, canceled for SLS. All right, let's try it with the dipped thrust curve. Ready? T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And yes, Ares 1 is absolutely shuttle derived. Okay, 1.3 liftoff thrust. There we go. Roll program. See how it's not wobbling around nearly as much? Because the aerodynamics, eventually, the drag that's getting put on the front of the vehicle will seat this thing correctly and it won't move. "35 seconds in is where we really want to start throttling down. We're in the throttle bucket right now. Oh, we could lower that throttle bucket so much more. So what I want to do, guys, is I want to develop this vehicle out, and then when this vehicle is made, I'm going to take that booster, I'm going to build an SLS with it. And we'll make Ares 1 working with SLS, because that's hilarious. We could probably lower that even more. 600 meters a second staging velocity. Everything's looking good here. Actually, this is a pretty sweet little trajectory we got going. 700 meters a second staging velocity. Great. Thrust tailing off, though. Oh, yeah, dude. This is fantastic. The end of the curve here, we could keep higher thrust for a longer period of time. We can move some of these points up. 990. There we go. Money. That's fine. Hot staged Ares 1. Don't worry, hot staged Ares 1 isn't a thing. It can't hurt you. Bearing separation. Mint. As it hurts you. Yeah. We can squeeze a little more out on the tail off there. And then we have to work on our separation mechanisms here. And the SRB needs a tumble motor too. So it can tumble end over end. Tumbling end over end helps it slow down so it can land and be reused. We also got to give it parachutes as well. How did you make the thrust curve? I used the cal controller and I bound the thrust limiter to the cal controller to give it a thrust curve. It's a programmable thrust curve. You can't throttle it in real time, Dan. Once you hit the on button, it's basically gonna fly that trajectory and that's it. Did any of the shuttle's SRBs come back scorched? No, not really. Actually a very, very, very nice trajectory here. This is good. This is really good. (102/68). We could just do a quick burn up there. That's really good. Really good trajectory there. Nice. I'll deorbit the stage. I want to see what happens to my first stage here. Judo, come play. KSP is more popular right now than it's ever been. I'm serious. Ever. I don't think I put parachutes on this thing. This is not Earth. Where is it? It's Kerbin. Punky, KSP uses analogs. The planet Kerbin is an Earth analog. It's kind of like Earth. It has similar gravity and similar atmosphere, but it's 1/10 the size. That's for gameplay purposes. And also the game was first kind of devised in like 2011. There were hardware restrictions to building like the actual solar system. But look at that. Look at our beautiful 5-segment booster. Beautiful. Beautiful. Are there multiplayer mods? Yes. Oh. There we go. They haven't decided yet, Josh. There is Flame Trench today, dudes. Yep. Clouds. I wish we had chutes. Could bring this thing back. But let's see if the Jello water is going to do it. Hey, just in case, guys, headphone users, sometimes when stuff hits the ground or hits the water really fast in KSP, it overdrives the sound, so just turn the sound down during landing. Sometimes it does. It's kind of random. So just, yeah, take that into account. Jello water did not, in fact, Jello water. With some drogue shoots, though, that thing could work really well. Hey, Matt, what's going on? Why did you use the tank part to go between the sizes of the booster and second stage instead of making it a fairing? Cracking stuff or just aesthetics? I don't remember. Probably just because it looked nice.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Naki, tier 2, 2-month resub. I love watching your live streams in VODs. Thank you. Jax, the reason why I probably did it was so if I made that all out of one big fairing, dude, you would have been able to see to the top of the SRB, and that's not really what I'm going for. All right, let's deorbit this stage. How much delta V do we have? We have 692 meters a second delta V left. You see the rally race video I sent you the other day? Yeah, I think so. Dougaloon, welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. Stand by for deorbit burn. Boop. There we go. That will burn up. Cool. Good test. Play it, Judo. Play it. I wish they kept Ares 5 and not SLS. Ares 5 would have been insane. In some other timeline, Ghost Vera, we go ahead to make Ares 5, right? In some other timeline. And Falcon 9 works as our Ares 1 with Dragon. That's good. That's good architecture, man. I would take that. That'd be fine. Falcon 9 and Dragon and an Ares 5 to put the lander up there. That would be useful. Yeah, like let's say that would be really useful. I love Ares 5, dude. Like, let's not sit here. Dude, I get it. People have criticisms. You know, you have criticisms of Ares 1, etc., etc. But also at the same time, dude, like, I don't think anybody's dumping on Ares 5. Ares 5 is a monster. That freaking thing. Oh my goodness. That's not SLS, dudes, for what it's worth. Ares 5 is way bigger. Let me put it that way. This thing. Ares 5 has a 10-meter core, as opposed to SLS's 8.4-meter core, and it has 5 RS-68s in the first stage. Or in the core stage. Ares 5 preliminary analysis was 180 tons to low Earth orbit because frick you. How much delta V do you want? Yes, I would like that. We're talking 60 to 70 tons, right? Translunar injection. That is like, let's see, Apollo could do 45 with the Saturn V. You could do 45 metric tons TLI. This is 60. This is way more. That thing would have been an absolute monster. I'm frankly kind of bummed that we never made it. It packs a little bit of a punch, dude. We should have made it. And then they proposed Ares 4 as a coping mechanism to not cancel the program, which is Ares 5 with an interim upper stage on it from Ares 1, which is just dumb. SLS is just Ares 4. No, it's... Stop. Shut up, man. No, this is the superior architecture. It would have been great if we could just do all three of those at the same time. Don't say it can't be done. Of course it could have been done. Just idiots. No, we could have done that. We should have done that. We should still do that. What if I want all four? That's a good idea. We're going all the way. Here it is. So, not bad. Not bad here for this guy. What did we learn from the last flight? I learned that we can really increase the throttle down during max Q. We can get some efficiency there. Let me just drag that down to like 60. And put the other pieces. And then what we can really do is get a lot more work in this part of the regime over here. Probably don't even need that one. There we go. That will give us the kick that we're looking for. So we're going to save some there. So cut a piece of pie over here and put more over there. What does max Q mean? It means maximum dynamic pressure. Very nice. Ooh, you know what I can do? We can do some fancy strut work here in our quote-unquote inerted segment here. And this should remove some weeble wobbliness from the stack. So what I did was I strutted the SRB to this fairing right here. And then attached to the fairing is the cone. And I strutted the cone to the SRB. Yeah, that should make that really, really strong. There we go. Do we know why EJ doesn't use the joint reinforcement mod? I don't need it. I don't need it, Dugaloon. So, fellas, if you're wondering why this rocket is really wobbly, it's because the only thing that's connecting everything together is docking ports. Small docking ports. Especially right here. I have two docking ports attached to each other with a decoupler right there, and the decoupler is what separates the vehicle. I know what people are going to ask. Why are you doing that? Reuse, man. What if eventually I want to bring this stage down and reuse the damn thing and restack it? This is a restackable mechanism. It makes it so you can reuse it. Now I know what people are going to say. How the heck does that thing hold itself together? Same vessel interaction. On my inner stage, I have same vehicle interaction, and the inner stage is physically hitting the aft skirt on my second stage. That's what's holding this thing together. My docking ports are built in they're attached. If you look, there's a little bit of a gap right there. When we actually put the vehicle out, those two ports actually clamp together. There's no gap, and they actually clamp. And what that does is actually pull the vehicle together, and it pushes the two fairings into each other. It pushes the two fairings into each other and keeps the vehicle structurally sound. There's only a docking port and a decoupler holding my first stage to the second stage. The reason why is because if I do want to rebuild this and I want to restack it, right? Running struts, we figured out you can do it in Kerbal Construction, but it doesn't do what you want it to do most of the time. So, yeah, that was the solution. What's the mission today? I'm working on building a 5-segment booster for an Ares 1X style rocket so I can build an SLS. Is it possible to receive Avatar from NASA? I don't know. You'd have to go ask them. I'm not NASA. I'm EJ. Fix your separator. If SpaceX launches crew with the ocean water inside instead of fresh water deluge, can we call it Sea Dragon? No, no, no. So the real Ares 1 has separator motors down here. Or the real one would have had separator motors down here that look like this. Why can't you just use a decoupler? Why the docking ports to hold the rocket together? Reuse. If I want to go and grab my SRB stage and bring it back, I'm going to have to put a new upper stage on it. How are you going to do that with a decoupler? I like reusing things if you don't know me. I'll go build the recovery vessel and go and get the damn thing. That's what I like doing. When I play with my hardcore rule set, that's what I do. You land it in the water, good, go get it. If it doesn't land back at the Space Center, how can you recover it? So it just sits in low Kerbin orbit and you go grab it and bring it back down? No, the first stage doesn't go to low Kerbin orbit, dude. It's just for recovering the first stage. The second stage in this design is not reusable. At least reusable in that you could stack it on another rocket. If I want to bring it up there and reuse it, I have docking ports to do that. Is this standard KSP or are there a lot of mods in it? This is mostly stock KSP. These are all stock parts in the game, dude. I just tweak them and abuse them. Yeah, this is all stock parts. It's just fairings and SRBs. I did do some text file modification to give the solid rocket booster the amount of fuel it needs to be a 5-segment booster instead of a 4-segment. So this was minimal text editing with stock parts, dude. How much thrust does each Separatron make? 18. I'm looking to get it. I didn't even know this existed until I was watching Artemis 2. Nice, Wheezy. Yeah. Kerbal's awesome. That's, Wheezy, that's the game that I played to get to, like, make the stream big. I've been playing Kerbal since 2012 on stream. How does the docking port connected to the engine not break? Well, Cody, it's not taking the load. It doesn't break because it's not in the load path. The fairings are. Remember, I have a little bit of a gap there. All right? When we put this out on the pad, the weight of the stage is going to push these ports together. And that's going to push the fairings together before it pushes the docking ports together. Think about it like this. That's the bolt. That's a bolt that holds the thing together. This is the structural load, the structural path that where the structure, that the load path that gets put through the vehicle. In reality, like when SpaceX bolts Starship to super heavy. Well, they don't bolt it. They have a latching mechanism. The latching mechanism itself is not holding up the upper stage. It's the hot staging ring that's holding the upper stage, right? You're not holding Starship with like 6 clamps on Starship, right? You're not doing that. No, it's the hot staging ring that holds stuff together. The clamps are just there to hold it in place, right? To make sure it doesn't move. That's what my docking port is. The docking port system here is just holding it in place, but the thrust from the first stage gets pushed through the fairing because they have same vehicle interaction on them. That's why this thing appears to wobble a little bit at takeoff. It does exactly, well, frankly, people aren't ready for this. That's exactly what a real rocket does at takeoff. Saturn V did that. SLS does that. It wobbles a little bit until the aerodynamics can actually push everything together and mate it all together. Or push the aerodynamic load on the front of the vehicle actually straightens it out and keeps everything nice and straight. If that makes any sense. Yeah, SLS does that. The LAS does this when it takes off. It's weeble wobbling around. The wobbles are just way more apparent in KSP, that's all. All right, we made it. We made our tweaks. Let's try this again. I've added a better separation system here. And how much pushback thrust are we going to get? We have 8 Separatrons. We have 6 of them. 18 times 6. 108 kilonewtons of thrust pushing back. That should be good enough. Let's see. What's sticking out of the orange tanks? Separators. They're the separator motors. They're not doing a very good job right now, though, Jack. All right, ready? T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And liftoff. Jebstone 1X. Yeah, see, watch. She's gonna rock a little bit, and then once we start going fast enough for the arrow to take over, it'll iron out the vehicle. See? Much more solid now. Real rockets do that, dudes. Yeah, it's a little bit exaggerated in KSP, but they do that. That happens. Everything's a spring. It's important to understand that in engineering. Everything is a spring to an extent. Okay, throttling down. We're in the throttle bucket, 15 kilopascal. There we go, we're at max Q. Max Q right around 8,000 is perfect. That's really good, actually. Throttling back up. Oh, yeah. Stand by for separation. Thrust tailing off SRBs. Oh, we got to keep going. Oh, there's much more. There's much more solid to squeeze out here. Ready? Let's test it. Yes! Upper stage ignition. Oh, that was meat. Very good. With the SRB still firing, just like how it should be. That's what it's exactly what it should do in real life. Fairing separation. Oh, yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, we got to put the tumble motor on it. Can you use a cal controller to trigger the separation? Yeah, of course. Yeah, man. You could do that. Let's see where the upper stage gets us here. Moon. Nice. I have not seen that, Lev. Actually, like, on the money. This doesn't get better than this, dude. Yeah, that's really good. And we have plenty of time to go and watch the SRB come back down. Very nice. Impressive. Very nice. We gotta pretty up the dud segment. It looks a little weird with the raceway and everything going all the way up the vehicle. Did you add a chute? Not this time, no. Yeet. So, like, look, see how the configuration that this is in right now, after I separated the docking port with the decoupler on it, right? If we went and we fished this out, I have ways of refueling SRBs. We could do it. I can do that. All I would have to do is tow this sucker back to KSC, build a launch pad for it, which arguably we've already done, and get a crane to stack a new upper stage and payload on top of it, and then you could reuse this. You just have to go and get the thing. Yeah, drogue chutes would be quite useful at this point. You need to position a recovery vessel waiting in the ocean. Starting to slow down. Uh-oh. Hey! All right. More of it survived than last time. Oh, crap. This is the thing. This is the docking port we separated. Oh, man. No. Oh, it's going to be a second before this thing comes down. Can we switch? Can't switch. Yeah. I switched to the docking port we separated. This thing is just gliding down. Oh, it's going to take forever for this thing to hit the ground. All right. Space Center. Leave anyway. No way to reuse fairings in this. No, there's a difficulty setting to get rid of it. Oh, Force, I just forget what it is. I think you can remove the docking port that's on the upper stage end unless it has its own use. I think ports can decouple one-sided. Yeah, the decoupler I found is more reliable with the decoupler I found is more reliable, dude. I don't want to change any of it, dude. There's no point in changing it. It's something we've already engineered and we know that it works. How much do reusable parts degrade in real life? How many uses? It really depends. It depends on, well, a lot of different factors, man, to be honest with you. Hey, Dragon. Popple, there's a lot of different stuff. Like, especially like, did you mean for it to be reusable in the beginning? Because then, you know, you might have to take that into account. You got to remember, stuff bends, it stretches, it fatigues. There's metal fatigue. There's only so many heat cycles. What kind of material are you using? There's a lot at play, you know. There's a lot at play there other than, you know, oh, how does it degrade? Yeah, it turns out that reusing stuff is complicated. Impressive, very nice. See Paul Allen's rocket. Like for the rockets that they catch, those Starship Mark 1s, dude. The Starship Block 1 and the Starship Block 2 stuff was really... I'm going to go ahead and guess that they probably could have only reused those twice. Block 3 is... theoretically, as long as you want. I'm sure it has an upper limit somewhere. But yeah. Step away to sequencer. All right, so we'll add a separation sequence to this. So we'll bind the separator sequencer to play sequence on AG4. So when I hit 4 on my number pad, right, we will play the sequence. So what's gonna happen when I hit 4? All right, so what we want it to do activate. No. Separator sequencer. I wanted to activate the forward separator motors. And then I wanted to activate my aft separator motors. Activate engine. Actually, we could probably just... Yeah, no, it's better to program it all on the damn controller. Logically, I think that's better. Now, big one here is that we need Action Group 4 to decouple. That is the most important thing. Let's put that up at the top. So, plus that in. Copy. I need all of these rocket engines to fire. Right? And then we need the separator to work as well. Now, what I want this to do is we're going to need drogue chutes here. Hang on a second. Right? And then we're going to need mains after that. Where? Yeah, these are the chutes I like using. I'm just wondering if putting the chutes on the inside of the fairing is a good idea. Sometimes it doesn't like it. We can test it. This might putz around with our separator. We'll see. They might, Clyde. They might not. Who knows? All right. So what I want from Action Group 4... I want to set the chute deploy on the Cal controller. shouldn't arm the chutes right away, though. Then we're going to need the tumble motors. So they added a tumble motor ignition or a tumble motor system to Ares 1. And the reason why they did that was so it would tumble coming back down. It helped slow it down. You don't want this thing basically like what we've been doing. We don't want it riding like a missile down through re-entry because it hits the ground really, really hard, or the water. So we're going to need tumble motors. Basically, what that's going to do is after separation, we're going to separate, the tumble motor will fire and it'll start spinning the thing. That'll make it'll basically turn the entire thing into an air brake. That's what the real SRBs do. But what we want is to make sure that we separate away. We need to get a little ways away from the thing. So let's go in here, select our separation sequencer, and we want to activate these SRBs, right? We want to plus in a point, but we don't want to activate them till well after separation. So I'll put them at the end of the cow controller, copy that curve, paste it. So we should separate the chutes, the drogue chutes will arm, right? And then the tumble motor will get a tumble motor ignition. So the SRB should pop off, right? And then it should spin away. That's what I'm looking to do here. When the second stage is lit, is it the docking port? It's this mechanism that's been blowing up every time, but yeah. Try spinning, it's a good trick. It is a good trick. And then hopefully we could switch back to the stage in time to pull the main chutes. The drogue chutes should deploy automatically because we'll arm them, right? We'll command them to deploy at separation, but we're too high up in the atmosphere and we're going too fast. It won't deploy them. It'll arm them and then they'll deploy when safe. Super useful, actually. And then, hopefully, sometimes it doesn't let you deploy parachutes that are inside of a fairing. Hopefully, switching vehicles, it'll realize that that fairing is open. We'll see. We might end up landing on the drogues with this design, but whatever. It's fine. I also should redo my second stage thruster package. I don't like that at all. It looks poo-poo. Yes, it looks poop. Maybe we'll do that some other time. All right, let's see what we got here, dudes. You ready to send it? Oliver, you're looking forward to Flame Trench later? Flame Trench should be fun, dude. And then I said we would play Battlefield after. You guys seem to want that, so we'll play Battlefield for after hours. Should be fun. Okay, ready? T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Gemstone 1X. Oh, dude. Yeah, dude, this rocket looks cool. I don't care what anybody says. It looks cool. Okay? It's a cool looking vehicle. Hey, Winning, what's going on? We're lifting. We are lifting things to go up into space. We're lifting things up and then we're going to put them down right after that. Throttling down. Okay. Increasing thrust again on the SRB. Oh yeah. That's money, dude. All right, here we go. We're gonna see if our sequencer works here. We gotta wait a little bit longer on the SRB. Okay, here we go. Oh, balls. We didn't get a good separation that time. I think we got hung up on the parachutes. Trajectory is still good. Bearing separation. Good. My left ear loves this. Come on, Kerbal, don't do that to us. There we go. Adjusting. I'm gonna stop us right before circularization here, because that is money. That's really nice. Alright, that's fine. 705 meters a second delta V left. We could send this thing, we could send 18 tons to the frickin' moon. That's fine. Switch back over to the first stage. Yeah, I would say that our delta V is pretty high. Like, we could move the real one. So the one in Ares 1 in real life was projected for about 25 tons. I think we could do 25 tons with this design pretty easily, actually. Man, fifth segment, dude. Look at that thing. Now, we have green from the drogues, so the drogues did arm. Taurus will easily fit on Jebstone. I want to redo the Taurus capsule a little bit, dude. I'd like to redo it to make it more in line with Orion. I really hope we slow down fast enough. We didn't get the tumble, so we're still coming in like a brick. Oh, come on, Drogues. Please. Please deploy. Please. 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 How many times do I have to say it? Help. 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 The tumble didn't screw us. The lack of tumble screwed us there. That's why it has to tumble end over end. So it'll slow down. Eventually, it'll even out in the lower parts of the atmosphere, and that's when you can deploy. That's what the real one does.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Dang. Didn't get it exactly right. With your 3D modeling skills, you could probably edit the SRB model and add a 5th segment. Of course I could. That'd be kind of fun. Ordon, the thing is that the modeling takes time. It has to be something I can get done in a couple of days. And that would mean like busting out like 2 entire model streams. Like, I don't know, man. Modeling in the past seems like a good idea. And I would love to have a space program where I just engineered the parts myself instead of kit bashing the stock parts. That would be really fun. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna move the parachutes down and the drogues a little bit down so they don't hit each other. Could extend the raceway using flags. I don't know if I want to do that. We'll think about it. All right, so I changed the shoot position to hopefully not conflict at all with anything. The other thing, guys, is that, so technically, fellas, Taurus is actually, my Taurus capsule is too small. It's too small. Technically, Orion should be about a 3-meter diameter on the capsule here. That would be hard to replicate with, yeah, Orion's big. So in this design, fellas, the European service module would be 2.5 meter. That's how big the ESM should be. And Orion should be the outer diameter on Orion's, like the joiner between the staging, between the service module and the capsule itself should be 375, technically. Taurus is too small. Kerbals are not quarter scale. They're about half. Actually, they're 60% Wookiee. That's right from the developers, dude. I learned that right from Rover Dude a long time ago. Scale is about 60%. Kerbals are about 1 meter tall. The average person's about 1.5 meters, maybe a little bit more. Right? Like, yeah. Silly idea, make a capsule in game with the stock parts without using the pre-made capsules. That's what other stock players do, Hellfish. What are we going to do about a heat shield, dude? We'd need a 3-meter heat shield. If we were going to do it right. This is the thing that's been kind of plaguing me. Panels?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Any way to make Kerbals look more human-like? I'm sure there's a mod out there, him. Hey, Transit Biker. Should probably partner home for surgery, so I can't stay. Hope your day's going well. Day's going just fine. Nubs with an 11-month resub. Thank you. How about adding some air brakes to the first stage? Well, the first stage becomes an air brake if we can get the tumble motor to work correctly. Let's try it again. Is this a game? Yeah, MTA champ. This is Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal Space Program is a game where you design and build rockets, dude. It's a fun time. So you can complete it. Yeah. Yeah, like if you play the career mode, yeah, of course. Yeah, you can beat it. All right, T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right now, I'm just building rockets. I'm having some fun building a Ares 1 style rocket here. That's good, man. Very good. Max Q. Equals transonic. So I built this thing out of the parts that you have in the game. In the game, you have a bunch of rocket parts and a bunch of thrusters and everything. You got to put it together and make a rocket. Trying to send the rocket up into space here. Got some oscillations in the stack there. It's all right. Money. Thrust tailing off an SRB, standing by for separation. Let's see if the separator works this time. Ready? That was me. I activated the engine. But that, for the most part, is what we want. The decoupler. Oh. See? See how she's tumbling? That's what we want. Stand by for fairing separation. It got hung up again, which is annoying, but probably gonna have to give it a little more kick on the separator. Hey Tatum, what's up? Whoever asked about completing the game, I asked, why would you ever want to complete this game? Can you change the text file to scale up a heat shield size? I'm sure it could probably make a hybrid part. Yeah, Drew. It's probably doable. I mean, with mods, you could basically do whatever the hell you want nowadays. Welcome to the taco truck. Yeah, baby. I talked to Shimmy a little while ago. Haven't seen him in a bit. Remake Orion to be more like the remake Taurus to be like Orion. Will the toilets work? Yeah. The toilet is powered. Waste tank purge. Good. That's money, dude. This would be a money insertion. All right, we could stop there. So it comes back down. That would have been 100 by 100 right on the dot. If I had burned for like another 5 seconds, it would have been perfect. All right. So I'm going to spin the thing because there's no persistent rotation here, but we'll spin it and we'll see what it does. See if spinning it makes it do what we want. Oh, I like things that spin. So this is what the real ones did. They spun on purpose. And the idea is that its spinning would slow it down. And then eventually it stabilizes out enough to deploy the chutes. Let's see what it does. Spinning is a good trick, yes. See, now because we're going horizontal, instead of flying like a missile, we're really slowing down, see? That's exactly what the real one does. Or did. At one point. Word. We got 3 good drogues. Let's see if the inner chutes decide to go. Starship does it too. Good drogues. Oh, Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's so good. I'm going to go stuff my face with Pepperidge Farm. What? What? Pepperidge Farm remembers. All right, let's see if it breaks on when it splashes over. Survive! Survive! No! Good. Yeah. Tip shoot, huh, Yarg? So Yarg, all right, let me lay this one down. How about we don't put the main chutes in symmetry, right? Because if you have 3 main chutes in symmetry, it's gonna come down perfectly straight, right? If the chutes are biased to one side, so not in perfect 3x sim, so like if we have 1 chute here, 1 chute here, and 1 chute here, right? She's gonna come in with a little bit of a tilt, and it'll never stop. It'll just tilt over, and the chute should never undeploy, right? What do you think of that one? Offset a parachute so it lands somewhat sideways a bit. I'm getting dangerous at this. That is right. That's right. Sounds like a good idea, Rocket. Your boy's getting dangerous. Oh yes, you like. That's what happens when you buy rockets off Temu or Jeb. Buying them from Jeb probably has a problem. I like recovering, keeping the save nice and clean. Yeah, Jeb move. Falcon Heavy in hangar. EJ in office. Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. Shaka when the walls fell. What are you trying to say? His arms wide. EJ, his eyes open. Twitter. Okay. Let's go space. Please hold. Oh. Nice. Oh. This is really amazing. Yeah. No, yeah. What the hell? Oh. Reuse boosters. Which boosters are these? Give me one moment. I will let you know. So that's for the Viasat 3, I believe. That's Viasat 3 F3. Let's see. So 1075 on its 22nd flight, 1072 on its second flight. Oh, one of them is going to land at LZ2 and the other one's going to land at LZ40. I hate it. That's so cursed. That is so freaking cursed, dude. That's so freaking cursed. I hate it so much, man. Those landing sites aren't near each other, dude. One of them is... Well, here, I'll show you. The center core is expendable, yeah. So, one landing site is LZ2. So that's that one. That's that landing site. LZ1 is no longer in use for whatever reason. They're using this one. So one of them is going to land there. And the other is going to land over here. It's not even updated in the picture yet. There's a landing zone for all intents and purposes right where that circle is. So one is going to land at pad 40. The other one's going to land at over here. And the rocket launched from over here. That's going to be weird to see this. One's going to come in over here. The other one's going to land there and it launches from here. So they're just, that's going to, I hate it. It's so cursed. It's so cursed, dude. No, it's so cursed. Hey, Can't See Me. Just wanted to say I missed you last week. Hope all's going great. Yeah, everything's going good. Yeah, yeah. They all the space center's there. We're gonna use all of the space center. We're gonna use all of it. You're pumped, really debating taking time off to work down there. Hey, guys, Falcon Heavy is an endangered species. Like, I would suggest trying to see it at least once. That's all I'm saying. I saw the first flight. I saw them launch the Roadster into space, so I'm good, dude. Like, hmm. 4014 departing Laramie. Attention, VRF live feed. What do we got here? Oh! Train. You ain't gonna take an early lunch on Monday? Yeah. Oh. That right there is the biggest steam locomotive ever fielded, ever. That's the Alco 4000 series locomotive. Slang term is the big boy. So, that's 4014. 4014 is going around the United States for the 250th anniversary of the country's founding. It's going on a tour across the country. Those locomotives were made during World War II to be able to haul an extremely long freight train across the United States with basically one crew. Yeah, it's using Bunker C, which is why it has 3 oil tanker cars behind it, Chief. Isn't this bigger than the big boy? No, the big boy's the biggest one, dude. Yeah, see that? It's a 4-cylinder. 4-cylinder. Yeah. There's 2 sets of pistons here and 2 sets of pistons there. 4-banger. It's a 4-banger that makes 6,000 horsepower. Oh, bah. I'm all right. Are those not auxiliary water tenders? No, they're that. Well, actually, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure those are oil tenders. Oh my god, 6,000 horsepower, dude. No, the KSP stream is not derailed. It's on the rails. Whoa. Oh, that thing is so damn cool, dude. That's awesome. Oh, hello. Bruh. Who's a train nerd? Why is the diesel locomotive following it? The diesel's following it because of the brakes. Dynamic braking. You actually have to do that. It's railroad law in the US. If you're operating a steam locomotive, you have to have a diesel behind it. It hopes to be a steam locomotive when it grows up. Well, that too, yeah. Are the brakes on the steam locomotive bad? No. No, the steam locomotive has air brakes, Nathan. But the dynamic brake on the... Dude, it's actually hauling consist. That's so freaking cool. The diesel can use its electric motors. It uses its electric motors and a resistance element to dynamically brake. You have to do that. The steam engine can't do that. The steam engine just has air brakes. Now, the diesel has air brakes too, but... Oh my goodness. That was sick, dude. But, I wonder how hard the conversion was. It was converted to Bunker C during World War II, goalie. Don't worry about it. Yeah, that ain't no thing. Yeah, it was converted to Bunker C before it was restored. Guys, a lot of people don't know is that steam engines into the 30s and the 40s, dude, and into the 50s when they got phased out, they were all using Bunker C. They're using heavy fuel oil. It's similar to what, like, a container ship uses. Only a container ship uses it diesels it. It doesn't burn it and then convert it. It doesn't burn it to heat up steam. This is an external combustion engine. Not 4014, it was converted during restoration. Are you sure about that? That's a train. It's a pretty sick train. Cool. Anyway. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Whatever. It doesn't matter. The locomotive is freaking cool. $14 ran coal until it was retired. Oh, no wonder they retired it. Jeez. There were, well, wait a minute. There were big boys that were converted for Bunker C, though, weren't there? Your YouTube video might get claimed because of this. I did warn a virtual Railfan live feed, though. Whatever. They converted one as a test. Interesting. There was one, but it wasn't very good. Well, there you go. Can't remember the engine number. Well, let's learn here. Hold on. 4014 converted to number 5. That's all it says. Yeah, they're using 3985's car. That's right. We should get all these running. Yeah, we should get all of them running. Yeah, we should do that. Hey. Yeah, we should just fix all of them. Yeah. Yeah, we should just fix all of them. I think that's a good idea. We should do that. Who's with me? Can we convert them to run on propane or something? I mean... You agree, all the UP big boys should be operational, yeah. I would... Guys, could you make it run off propane? Yeah, but then it would need to carry pressurized consist behind it. I wouldn't want that. I'd stick to Bunker C. It'd probably be more efficient with propane, but Bunker C is easier to handle. It's always a trade-off, just like rockets. I am conducting a great stream, thank you. I mean, honestly, the best way to do this would be have a nuclear reactor in there. Put a nuclear reactor in the boiler. Or the firebox, not the boiler. And then have the whole thing work like a giant cooling loop. There's that, but see, the problem there is that there's that whole nuclear, like being in the firebox, which is where the people need to be. I mean, you'd never have to refuel it. You would need to carry water behind you, not Bunker C. High sulfur content leads to increased corrosion. Sorry, a little off topic. Have you done Kerbal to try and get payload doors on a starship? You can't do it without mods, dude. I think you wanted to show us something on Twitter. Not show you, I did. That's what I wanted to show you. All good, Paradusk. It just gave me an excuse to show it again. Dude, it's all good, man. It just gave me an excuse to show the damn thing again. $4,005 was converted to oil in 46. Thank you, Z-Stern. Maybe it was the Challenger class. I don't know, dude. I could have sworn most of them were converted, but I guess not the big boys. Did you do a second chapter of the KSP tutorial? Loved it, even though I know how to play, but it was cool learning further. I have not done one yet, no. It overheated the firebox. What did I miss? I just got back from a 10K. Nice. Not much. I'm working on Ares 1. Where we were at is messing with the parachutes, right? There's the offset shoot. Offset shoot design. Let's just make sure we standardize the craft files between the SPH and the VAB. That should do it. I'm still wondering why this thing is not separating right. All right, let's try it again. You just got back from fishing and drinking a Yingling or two, which they have in Michigan now. Oh, very nice. Would it be possible to recreate and run the Bluebird 7K7 in KSP? I don't know what that is, Pickled. All right, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Good. Dude, that 5 segment looks sharp. It looks sharp. I like it. Copy. Wobbly rocket nominal. I'm sorry. I think Ares 1 looks cool. I don't care what anybody says. It looks cool. It's a cool looking rocket. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Okay. Tumble motor ignition. Nice. Very nice. Bearing separation.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Johan, what's up, man? 7-month resub. Thank you. Nice. What's the payload? 18 tons. Have you sent any Voyagers in KSP? Maybe in an old save, Lesky, but no, not really. There's nothing out there, like, in Kerbal, unless you mod it. Why are there 2 pieces? There should not be 2 pieces.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
How do you figure out how many relay dishes you need on one craft? The formulas are out there, dude. It really depends on how much power you can generate. If I'm remembering right, RJ. I don't remember off the top of my head. Hey, J-Heap, welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Thanks for the Prime sub, dude. It was so rough when they took Ares 1 away from us. Yeah, exactly, dude. Constellation was a good idea, and I'm sick of pretending that it's not. Perfect. All right, well, there's 2 pieces, which means something came apart, which means hopefully we switch to the right one here, or else we're not riding the booster down. Hey, Edmund. Oh, we switched to the right one, thankfully. There we go. Nice to see you back after a well-deserved break from the Artemis mission work you did. It was fantastic. Thanks, man. Okay. All chutes are armed. What are your propeller? I'm replicating the tumble motor ignition. When we separated, it started spinning, but if you switch vehicles, it'll stop. There's no what's called persistent rotation. The idea is getting it to tumble is to have the booster act as a gigantic air brake so it can slow down enough to deploy the chutes, which is what the real ones did. See, the whole thing's flying sideways. It's acting like a speed brake. There we go. Pretty good, drogues. Pretty good mains. Now the idea here is that we want to induce a slight tip. Might not be enough. So what we don't want is the booster going in the water and then stopping and then the chutes disconnecting. We need the chutes to stay connected. Hello? Oh, that's half what I want. Any tricks to deal with the solid rocket booster overheating through re-entry? Temp warnings are fine as long as it doesn't blow up, Alex. $17, Dino. That was weird. I had the drogue chutes. Oh, the endurance is still out there. Huh. Weird. Maybe don't cut the drogue chutes. That was strange. That shouldn't have done that. What I need to do is I need to make sure that the water physics are there. Yeah, that's what we want right there. What the hell is that mod? I don't even know what that one is. KRPC. It's Eve. Kerbal constructs. I guess we're gonna need all the chutes for that dang booster. Probably the wrong chat, but do you have any recommendations for space-based VR games? VTOL VR is what you want, Kelly Joe.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
968-month resub. I sent the message earlier. Edmund had a 35-monther a second ago too. Dude, I still can't speak straight. My brain's going too fast. I'm gonna need the weekend to get back into the groove. But yeah, dude, there's probably the wrong chat. But do you have any recommendations for? No. Here, just look at this. See? Isn't that nice? Oh, very nice. How many tons? This thing can push 300 tons easily. Kind of want to make an architecture around this thing, around this dang rocket. Looks great, but does it blend? It does. We tried it the other day. This is not a Starship analog, no. This is a different vehicle. Launch it, you won't. I know. I won't. Yeah, you can do all kinds of cool stuff in Kerbal. See, the thing is that we got to start getting ready for Flame Trench, dude. So I think we've done enough testing for the day. Have you done a Voyager style mission? No, there's nothing out there unless you have mods, and I don't have mods, so no, haven't done that. Frickin' Star Raker. That was a fun project. Here's the Starship analog here. Or, it's not really, but... How do you know there's nothing out there, and have you checked? Yeah. The developer of the game told me. Not the developers, the developer. One word. No plural. Are you going to continue the reusable STS project? Yes, I would like to do that, yes. What's the best SSTO you've built? I'll show you. The best one I think I've built is a thing called Jebstar. This is Jebstar. It is a fully reusable SRB, or SSTO, not SRB. Sorry. See, that's what I mean. My brain's still paced. Yeah, fully reusable. Jebstar. Not only did I build the SSTO, right? I built its pad to go with it. Pad still doesn't work too well, but this is the small one. No, that's the big one. Oh, that's not the right launch pad, but that's the launch pad for the small one. That's based off of Lockheed's Venture Star project, and this is the X-33. I don't think. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, here's Jebstar's launchpad. When I say fully reusable SSTO, I mean fully reusable. I mean you could drag it back to its pad that we made, refuel it, and go. That's correct, drummer. Yes. Yeah, I think the reason why I haven't been working on the shuttle project is because, like I said, guys, my brain's still paced. The first 3 weeks of April were a lot. A lot, dude. I'm going to take the weekend and I'm going to lock back in because I basically burned the candle at both ends for 3 weeks. Yeah, I gotta get back into the groove. Whatever's fun. I would like to do the shuttle launch pad, yes. You're trying to make a crane for a rover on the moon to take payloads or base components off of a cargo lander. Do you have any tips for making it stable? Counterweight, man. Counterweight. I can't help but looking at your Nova and think, could you make it fly back? Of course I could. Do you think they will ever use a rail system to launch from? Like an aircraft carrier? Disregard if it's a rabbit hole. The thing about that, Nubs, is that you have to get that thing to do. If you were going to launch off of a rail, right, you have to get it to do what a first stage is going to do. So it needs to get up to like 40, 50,000 feet, right? And you need to accelerate past the speed of sound. Good luck doing that down here. That's why nobody does it. So pragmatic for after hours? No. Mass drivers on the moon, though, could be a good idea. The big thing is that there's an atmosphere in the way on this planet. That's the problem. There's an atmosphere in the way. On the moon, there's no atmosphere in the way. So something like that makes a lot more sense, which is why SpaceX ultimately wants to try and do it. I also have to sneeze. Okay, now that we've done that... I think we have an Ares 1 that's working really well. Now, the real key here would be to add my segment into... No turbo? No, it's just it takes some time to spool. You need at least 2. So now what we gotta do is take those 5-segment boosters and please hold. We gotta take them and attach them to this. Hello, baby. And we have to extend our core stage. Or high altitude launch system in a mountainous area, but still too much atmospheric resistance. I mean, nubs, think about it like this, dude. All right, and so this is what I was talking to people about in the tutorial stream the other day, dude. Look, what's the tallest mountain? Everest. Everest is the tallest mountain. Okay, so first of all, you're gonna put a launch pad up there. Helicopters can't even get up there, dude. So you're gonna have to build all the infrastructure to build a launch pad at the top of Mount Everest. Mount Everest is 27,000 feet. In order to get into space, you need to be at 354,000 feet. You're not even close. The atmosphere is a lot bigger than people think. There's a lot more stuff in the way, dude. You launch a rocket to get the rocket to the top of the mountain. I mean, Zeko, yeah. I mean, you know you're joking, but also, you know, this is the diminishing return here, dude. That's the diminishing return. Real question is, what kind of upper stage are we going to give this? Nubs, and I want to be very clear, it's not that it can't be done, but you're taking all the things that a first stage does and making it, like, way more complicated. A first stage gets you up and out of the atmosphere in about 45 seconds. 45 seconds, give or take. No thermal protection system required. You know what I mean? Like, why go through all that trouble when you could just build a launch pad at sea level and use the first stage to get you up there? It's easier to make a first stage that burns for 30 seconds longer than it is to build a catapult on top of Mount Everest. You know what I mean? Speaking of steam, do you think if we make a giant cylinder with a pad on top of a piston and just add pressure under the pad? Is the first stage the highest cost? For a launch vehicle, usually, yes. I mean, think about it, dude. Like, take Falcon 9. Falcon 9 first stages are worth way more than the second stage, and definitely more than the payload fairing. Why? They got 9 engines. For that reason alone. Would a space elevator be an option in our lifetime? We could, but once again, the reason is why. Why do that? Why bother? Why are we doing this? It's the reason why we haven't built a space elevator, guys, is the exact same reason. It's the exact same reason why, what's the right way to say it? Sorry. This is what I mean about my brain still being paced. The reason why we haven't done a space elevator is the same reason why we haven't built, like, a bridge across the Bering Strait connecting Russia to Alaska. We haven't done that because, I mean, could we? Yeah, sure. Just use a boat. You're gonna need a boat to build the stupid thing anyway. Just use the boat. How about a space escalator? I think I'm gonna get ready for Flame Trench now. I mean, like I said, like, why don't we build a bridge across the Atlantic from like Canada to Greenland to Iceland to the UK? The reason why is because, I mean, could we? Yeah, sure. I'm sure we could figure that out, but why? Why do that? Why you just use a container ship? Or better yet, use an airplane, right? Like, I'm not saying we couldn't. Probably not going to see one in our lifetime, that was the question. Like, how about a very tall staircase? Okay, I do believe we've built our 5-segment boosters for Ares, and then the next time I choose to work on this, what we're going to do is I'll modify this. I'll modify the CTS-5 HLV stack to have a better upper stage and have better boosters. Yeah, also we should swap those out for shuttle motors. Or we could just stick with our 68s. We just stick with the skipper motors because, you know, whatever. But that is going to look sick. That's going to be a big freaking rocket. I wonder what its max payload capacity is going to be in KSP. It's going to be pretty rowdy. Because this is more like direct. This has 4-segment boosters, not 5-segment. Yeah, it's gonna definitely be a rocket that packs a punch. Are you gonna have to down fuel the SLS upper stage too? No, I'm gonna build it out with the stage that SLS deserves and kind of go from there. Now I'm thinking about how I'm going to do this. We are going to have to add more fuel to the core stage. Oh yeah, that's going to be sweet, dude. That's going to look really good. Right now, this direct rocket can put that into space. It could put an S314 4000. Which is 81 tons. I'll bet you we could do 100 with the SLS variant. Oh, that's gonna be freaking cool, dude. So yeah, we can plug in the extra fuel, right? And then we can plug in the separator mechanism and everything. We plug in the SRBs. That's gonna be freaking cool. We'll probably, I don't know. What do you guys want to work on next week? I don't know. We have a lot of open projects right now. We're working on the 5-segment boosters. I'm working on the shuttle launch pad. And then we have endurance. The pillar. Did that model plane game ever go anywhere? Balsa? That's Felipe's game. Yeah, of course. Been in and out, clearing and sorting the shed. How was Brimo's birthday? It was good. Coronet, it's uplifting. Are you guys like trying to piss me off with puns today? Be honest. This is getting ridiculous. Maybe the car. All right. Don't forget to order the coronet parts. Oh, I'm not going to forget to do that, Rarest. Don't worry. Tutorials and SLS considering the occasion. All right, cool. Let's get ready for Flame Trench here. This is fun. I'm happy that Kerbal is back, dude. But with Kerbal, I just gotta figure out what I want to do. Maybe... I don't know. A moon base? It's probably a good idea. Don't forget cities for wombo maxing. Yeah. Don't forget to order car parts. I don't know, X-Wing. Career playthrough? We could start a new career mode. I kind of would like to... I'm worried about committing to this, but I would like to play another... I would like to start another MM2 save. Mission Mode 2 rules. I would like to do that. MM2 is my... Mission Mode 2 is a rule set that I use, Bimch. It's a really, really, really hard rule set to play with. You essentially have to make everything. You can't just put something out on the pad and launch it. You have to build all the infrastructure for it. And simultaneously, like if you land something in the water, you got to go get it. You got to go get it. You threw in 1,000 to put towards car parts. Would you consider some mods? I already have mods installed. Yeah, it would be tough. I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready to commit to that. We'll see. We'll see. Speaking of car parts, any news on the lift? The lift isn't coming until the coronet can roll, because the coronet is in the spot where the lift would be. So we have the money for it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. He's going to tow that car out. No, he's not. He's also sick of people being douchebags in chat. Yeah, I called you out. Now deal with it. All right. Anyway. I'm going to go do Flame Trench. So, guys, what's going to happen is you're going to get about a 30-minute pause here. On the YouTube side of things, I'm going to shut the VOD down. Because I don't want to double stream on YouTube. So Flame Trench is, if you like the Artemis 2 coverage, Flame Trench is where me and a couple of my buddies talk about what's going on in the spaceflight industry. Oh, well, didn't want to do that. Just yet, at least. So we're going to jog the VOD, and then we'll probably, I think after Flame Trench, I'll see if anybody wants to play Battlefield with me from TFT. And then if we don't, then I'll play Battlefield with you guys. Darn it, I hate it. So yeah, stand by for loss of signal on YouTube as expected. If you're on Twitch, just chill here. And yeah, get ready for the Flame Trench. It's pretty fun. It's a good time. I will be back momentarily. Well, that's not what I wanted on there. Probably should get rid of that. That was left over from the Artemis stream. Here, let's see what it says now. Ready? Banana. All right, there we go. Cool. All right, we're cut on YouTube. I will I'm gonna bring up the NSF music, so we'll go from there. Let's try this again. Is this gonna work? Oh, maybe. Maybe. Wait for it. Hey! All right. There it is, you little meat. All right, do we have the sound? Oh, yes, we do. All right, guys. I'm going to go get ready, and I'll see you guys in a little bit.